you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, good morning. Welcome aboard on a smoking Wednesday. I figured we'd start with a little Perdomo 20th anniversary here, right? Get a full body smoke there. Gotta tell you, man, this is When you're as a Dolphins fan, we have gone through hell and back for a long time, right? I mean, it's been a journey now, and it's been a painful one, and we have experienced, the bully gates of the world. We've experienced Jimmy Johnson embarrassing Dan Marino and then embarrassing the franchise with a 62-7 thumping. Then we had to kind of put up with Wannstedt and, running his fingers through his hair. And we're watching Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas and Sam Madison and Pat Surtain get old before our eyes. I mean, we've had all kinds of crap that has gone on here for a long, long, long time. And it's Huizenga trying to figure things out and, trying to convince Jimmy Johnson to come back only for it to be a disaster. Then putting the training wheels on Wannstedt. Joe Philbin picking up papers from the ground. We got to put up with Cam Cameron telling us that we're drafting Ted Ginn and his family. It's just there's all these things that have gone on throughout the last 25 years. We can listen, Eric Kumaro and Jay Brophy and the trade for Robin Senline and, there's another wave, but those were football issues, right? The last quarter century has just included an array of buffoonery that has gone on for 25 years. And I got to tell you, right now, there's no bigger clown than Stephen Ross. And every time they used to have Cirque du Soleil out there, I used to say, well, this is perfect because that's what they should put on top of the stadium, a big top, because it's been a circus. And, Chris Greer can make the claim that we're not going to have dysfunction. But, dude, if the guy above you is all dysfunction, you wonder how Stephen Ross became a billionaire, right? You wonder how he stays a billionaire. And all this stuff, how can all this stuff happen? And look, the race stuff, I'll address that later, okay? Because that to me is, in Flores' case, zero to do with it. But, well, I'll address that, and I'll have plenty of reasoning why. It has nothing to do with it. But if this thing is true that he offered him $100K for a loss, I mean, that's you got to get rid of the guy right away. If you're the NFL, you have to make sure there isn't even a transition to Bruce, his partner, because it comes from the same tree. So we don't know if that guy is just as, who knows if it was his idea that he gave Stephen Ross. Nobody knows. If I'm the NFL, and I don't know how they're going to prove this, okay? Flores is going to have some kind of recording or something. There's going to have to be a witness. There's going to have to be something, because if it's he said, Flores is not going to get anywhere with that. And then the NFL the NFL is not going to be able to do anything about the tampering with, the attempted tampering with Tom Brady because Flo left. So there was no tampering. Nobody knows anything. So that never happened. You know what I mean? So that part you can't even, go after him. But if somehow you can prove, and listen, there's a lot of stuff in this whole Flo thing that I'm gonna slice up and put holes right into the story, and we'll do that on the other side of Inside the Paint. But for now, before we go to Inside the Paint, I'll tell you that what's going on here with Stephen Ross is the most important part of this whole story for me. I know there's been racism in the NFL for 100 years. For 100 years, minorities have struggled to have any position of power. I don't need Flo to tell me that. That's been going on forever, dude. I don't care about that. That's, he's not breaking any news to me. And and sadly, he's not going to make a difference either, unfortunately. So that part is, we've got that problem in all walks of life. Women have to deal with it. Gays have to deal with it. Minorities have to deal with it. It is what it is. That's, I'm not surprised there, and I'm not shocked, and that's nothing new. But you're bribing a head coach $100K to lose a game? Whoa. That right there is as disgusting as it gets. Okay? It may not get as disgusting as Richie Incognito has acted at times in a Dolphin uniform, but it's pretty close. It's sickening to think that the owner would do something like that. Would even think of that. So you hire somebody to then have them ruin their record? Really? I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever. Now, the question I have out of all of this is, why didn't Flo walk away at that moment? I'm talking about from the team. Why didn't he expose the owner right there and then? I know it's a tough move, but look what you're doing now. You're burying yourself now. Because Flo will never have another job again. And I don't even know what coach is going to stand next to him in these lawsuits. It's probably going to be guys that are older and out of football and have no shot at getting hired already as it is, so then they'll jump on the lawsuit. But anybody that actually is working and wants to work, they're not jumping on that lawsuit. But that's what I would ask that of Flo. I mean, if you're so on your high horse right now, 3 years later that things didn't go your way, why didn't you do it then if you're Mr. High Horse? Right? I mean, if you're Mr. High and Mighty and you want to fight for the greater good, right? Well, why didn't you start right there and then? That would have been perfect. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm a minority coach. I just got my first opportunity. And the first week I meet with the owner, he wants me to lose my games so I can already damage my resume as a coach. So he wants me to show incompetence week in and week out and lose on purpose. It would have carried a lot more weight, right? Right? Right there and then. If he's Mr. High and Mighty, if he's really fighting for the cause, you don't do it now, because now it's going to look out of convenience. It's going to look sour grapes. That's the part you didn't think of, Flo. And because you acted like a horse's ass for 3 years, that's why you got fired also. So now you put yourself in a corner now that unless you have hardcore proof, unless you had somebody filming it, unless you recorded the audio, which you probably didn't because you didn't expect that in that meeting, you were just expecting to meet the owner and all that, then I don't know how you get past this. But if you are Mr. High and Mighty and you are fighting for a cause that needs to be fought for, you're the worst example for it, and I'll explain that later also. Okay? But if you want to fight for a really important cause, well, then you had your opportunity 3 years ago. And at that moment, you would have actually saved your dignity. At that moment, there would have been no questioning. Now, 3 years later, with all the things that have happened, with all kinds of people in the building and all the people you fired and you don't get along with and traded away and everything else, you lost your credibility in that sense. And so now it ends up looking more like sour grapes than anything else. So that's my question for Brian Flores. If you were so insulted, why didn't you take action right there and then? Because, I mean, are you not smart enough? Once the owner tells you that, you're done. You were done. Because if you didn't plan on going with him, then expose it right there and then, right? I mean, you got to be smart enough. Oh, I'm going against my owner's wishes. How do you think that's going to work out from here on out? I'm just wondering. What do you think? You got a brain there, Brian Flores? Is there just a semblance of intelligence there? I mean, I saw you with your challenges, so I know your eyesight and reaction's not very good. I'm just wondering, like, at that moment, they offer you $100K per loss. I mean, if you are Mr. High and Mighty, like you want to act now, why didn't you do it then? I that's what I need to know. Because that doesn't show me you're high and mighty. This shows me you put it in your pocket and you waited till things didn't go your way, and now you want to use it. And that's not. This is where it's not going to be as effective as it could have been 3 years ago. 3 years ago, you do that, and there's no agenda. There's no sour grapes. There's nothing going on. 3 years ago, you do this before the season even starts, before your career even starts. And man, you've got all the credibility in the world. Can you believe it? This man hires me, and now he wants me to lose games and has offered me $100,000 to lose per game. This is what minorities have to deal with. We get an opportunity, and now they basically put a gun to our heads that we have to commit career suicide by going by what the owner wants. That's what the person that is truly high and mighty, truly better than most of us, does. Right there at that moment. I mean, if you're going to piss away your career, right? Or if there's a chance of you pissing away your career, you do it 3 years ago. You might get hired anyway because people will say, wow, that guy's integrity. That's the coach I want. We don't want that owner in our league. We want that coach in our league. Now, guess what happens? Now you don't want the coach or the owner because you can't prove either one. Because there's doubt in everything. Because there's agenda in everything. 3 years ago, no agenda. 3 years ago, you're really doing it out of the goodness of your heart. And 3 years ago, the world stands behind you. Now, world divided. That's it. And so that's what I would say to Brian Flores, Mr. High and Mighty. You know, now that crap didn't work out for you, now that you acted like an asshole with Kenny Stills and couldn't get along with Minka, and you had 7 different offensive decisions at coaching with the offensive line, offensive coordinators. I mean, and all the other stuff that I know behind the scenes, I already know what you acted like behind the building. Hell, I was telling you all for months that he was running roughshod through the building. They wanted to fire his ass last year, dude. You know, so now you lost every bit of ammunition you could have had because you did it the wrong way. Because now you did it, and it just doesn't have the same optics. And that's where Brian Flores has failed. As for Stephen Ross, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty bad. This is the problem with the Stephen Ross thing is the problem with the Stephen Ross thing is that you got to prove it. But the fact that there's that doubt now, that's going to cause problems for him anyways. So it's an ugly situation, man. It really is. It's just, I wish it would have been handled differently so we can actually make progress in this area. I just feel that now it'll be so clouded, it'll be actually really tough to make progress. All right, let's give Ira a second to get rid of those glasses because there we go. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's funny, Big O. There are some days that I understand when I have to step back and sort of appreciate my place. I understood with National Signing Day today, there would be other priorities. And then the Dolphins thing yesterday was like nothing I have seen before from so many different angles. So wait, this owner is hiring a new coach, but he might not be the owner. He might be the suspended owner. When his prime guy is running the team as his personal choice in the front office, but everything might change because the new coach might bring in his own regime. The one thing I appreciate about the Heat is they never will fall to last place in the South Florida team standings. They'll always will be the basement of the Marlins. Then will be the Dolphins of what they're going to screw up kind of next. So I'm sort of sitting back here. Look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I was enjoying my Rangers victory over your Panthers, but otherwise I root for your Panthers. And then the Heat game last night, hey, they fought the good fight shorthanded. Yeah, hey, look, they're in third place, but you know what? With a win, they could be back in first place. No problems. But
no, Eric Spoelstra saying no first place. No.
Well, you know what? I showed him the weather report. I did a mock-up.
Why you going to put Spo to work, dude?
I showed him a mock-up of the weather in Cleveland on February 20th, 80 degrees and sunny, and I sort of put a little beach by Lake Erie there by Burke downtown airport. So I did what I could.
I gotta say.
So wait a minute. Is this kind of a conspiracy? Is this kind of a conspiracy theory that Spo didn't want to coach in the All-Star game?
What you don't know is Ross is paying Spo to lose.
Yes. Not Ross is paying Spo. Spo is paying his players $100,000 a loss to avoid Cleveland. Now you have the rest of the story you only get on the Big O radio show.
Do you have to pay somebody to avoid Cleveland?
Oh, God.
No, he has to pay his players so they help him avoid Cleveland.
I say this is somebody who got married in Cleveland because my wife is there. So I can only joke about Cleveland on this show since I know that she's at school right now teaching and isn't watching.
I love it. All right, well, my show will be mostly all about dysfunction since, we do talk a lot of Dolphins.
You think?
What will your show be all about today, Clay?
Well, it's funny because Ira just went on this mini rant about how you can always look at the Heat and feel okay. And I still feel okay. I don't like the two Toronto losses. And I want to get into why. I feel like in some ways the Heat got out-heated. And I don't like what I saw in those two games. And I want to see that they can correct this moving forward. I also have some concerns about Jimmy Butler, and we'll get into that coming up next.
All right. And after Inside the Paint, we will have Cameron Wolf joining us at 10:05. So we'll talk a little Dolphins. Jordan Schultz also will join us at 10:50. He had all the insight on the Mike McDaniel interview, the first go around with the Miami Dolphins. And we're working on another guest. So the boys are coming up. The human chia pet will take a break for the next hour.
Chia.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NEA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hope your week is off to a good start now that we're in the middle of it and all things are going well. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. He's here to gloat about his New York Rangers victory last night over the Florida Panthers, and Panthers fans can throw stuff at him. But we're going to do a deep dive into the Heat. I know O has a lot more coming up about the Miami Dolphins, a lot of great guests coming up there. But for an hour, I want to talk about what we've seen from the Heat recently, and can we project out some of the things that we've seen? Because, Ira, for me personally, and maybe you feel differently on this, but I saw some things over the last few days that kind of gave me a little bit of concern moving forward. Not like pressing the panic button type concern, but some things that I think could come back to haunt this team later on in the year if they don't get it fixed quickly. By the way, make sure to drop your questions, your comments right there in the chat. You guys are great. Please smash that like button. I know I'm glad I'm not the only one that's drinking coffee as we're doing this. But again, you guys drive this show. We always appreciate it. We always get a lot of great comments, great questions from you. So Ira, I want to start with kind of the two games that sandwiched that debacle in Boston. And as crazy as this sounds, I wasn't bothered by the loss in Boston.
Sure.
I felt like that was just one of those where you just kind of chalk it up. Jimmy didn't play. PJ Tucker didn't play. Yeah. You're already playing without Kyle Lowry. The Raptors games concerned me, and it was for a few reasons. Number one, I'm finally coming around to what you said a couple of weeks ago, and I disagreed with you, and I think I was wrong, and you were right. Let's save that as a drop moving forward. I was wrong, and you were right. The Raptors are a bad matchup for the Heat. I'm less concerned about them from the length, athleticism perspective as I saw two games where they out-heated the Heat. They were the tougher team in those two games. They found more at crunch time. I understand. The Heat run the second night of a back-to-back. I don't like seeing that from this team, and I did like that Spoelstra came out last night and called him out for it. That's something we don't usually see from this team. So, Ira, am I making too much out of these two games and the fact that the Heat got out-heated by a team in back-to-back games?
I think from one perspective, Clay, yes. And that's the fact that, yes, they've had 3 gritty games against the Raptors in the last 15, 16 days. They've lost 2 of them, the triple overtime game over the weekend at FTX Arena. But keep in mind also, Kyle Lowry played in none of those games. And if you're talking about lacking the grit, lacking an SOB, that defines who Kyle Lowry is. Plus, he brings the entire Toronto Raptors playbook with him. So I think you have to have perspective that, yes, the Heat are 1-2 against Toronto, but that they also have not had Kyle Lowry yet. Sort of, I don't know if we have a breaking news sound effect, but from what I've been told, it looks like Kyle is close to returning to the Heat. If not San Antonio, then I think Charlotte by Saturday. That changes things. You know what, Clay?
But by the way, all right, let me interrupt you really quickly. I maybe I should have texted you before the show. That's big news. I mean, that's
it is. But again, you know, it's funny because I'm not a first kind of guy. You know, I leave that to the Wojers and the Shams and all that guys. And especially when it's something that's family related, it's less important to have breaking news than just to let the person be a person. True. So from what I'm told is that the situation is such that if not San Antonio on Thursday, I think Charlotte on Saturday. But you know what? When you put something like that out and then something changes, you know how it is, Clay. Well, you guys told me that. No, I'm just saying that's what it appears like now, and that changes things. I also think this current 3-game losing streak might not be the worst thing in the world. The Heat lost 3 games when they started their West Coast trip, when Nikola Jokic went all Markieff Morris on us. Then they lost to the Clippers and the Lakers. Have not lost 3 games since. We're feeling pretty good about themselves. You know, kept sending out the standings from the Heat account. Hey, we're in first place. So maybe not the worst thing in the world. You have a schedule now where you can turn things. You have the Spurs, a gritty team, but let's face it, you should beat the Spurs if you are who you think you are. That's the replay of the makeup of the postponed game from December 29th. You have the Hornets, an up and down team. You have the Wizards after that, and you have the Pelicans. You have time to make things right. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. If it goes to 4 or 5, we can talk differently. But when Kyle comes back, that's who you are. So I think you need to see them whole first. They're exhausted. There's a reason the NBA dropped 4 and 5. Look, I love Bam Adebayo's, candor after the game last night when he said, I've never played 4 and 5. And he sort of realized what his NBA brethren and those who came before realized. 4 and 5 sucks. Eric Spoelstra tried to buy time. The Heat are saying there were injuries by sitting Butler and Tucker in Boston on Monday, thinking Tuesday was the more winnable game. They'll never tell you that. Now they move forward with a more reasonable schedule, days off between all their games, no back-to-back set leading up to the trading deadline. So I don't want to say an exhale, but I think to a great degree, maybe some of the worst is behind them as well.
And I think the thing that bothered me in both of those games too, in addition to what I said, was just I don't like seeing this team get out toughed. I don't like seeing the other team being the team that's diving for loose balls. I don't like seeing that. And maybe you're right. Maybe that changes. Maybe they remember this. I thought though that they would remember what happened Saturday night and make it right last night. And that didn't. And I guess maybe that's why.
Well, but Clay, you know what? I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. I'm just going to throw you 2 names. You just answer these with this: tough or not tough. I'm going to mention players. Okay. Kyle Lowry, tough or not tough?
Tough.
Markieff Morris, tough or not tough?
Tough.
If you threw those 2 SOBs in the game last night, do you think it would have played out as pronounced as it did on the offensive boards and the physicality in Toronto's favor?
It's a good point. Let me add this. That game really, I don't want to say it changed because the Raptors had already started to go on a run, but every team in the NBA goes on a run. The game felt like it changed when Gabe Vincent had those 2 awful fouls. I mean, the fouling Fred VanVleet on the 3-pointer, and then I think he fouled VanVleet on another one. The Raptors got a rebound on that play. Siakam got fouled by Bam. And he essentially because of those 2 fouls, gifted the Raptors 6 points. And so what was a typical NBA team type run that we see in every game, all of a sudden became bigger. And Gabe Vincent isn't playing that many minutes if Kyle Lowry is there. So right. I get it. That's fair. Let me look at the one thing, though, that's kind of bothering me a little bit more, and it's Jimmy Butler down the stretch. It goes back to me to the Atlanta game a little bit, and then we've seen it in both of these Raptors games. Less so last night because it was one where the Heat are kind of fighting from behind in the last couple of minutes as opposed to that game against the Raptors on Saturday night where Butler had multiple chances to win that ball game. What bothers me with him late in games lately is he's settling too much for jumpers. And when you look back at the Jimmy Butler moments since he's become a member of the Heat, it was against the Lakers, and Spoelstra always calls it the picture of a champion before he's a champion, kind of slumped over at the
bubble,
makeshift scorer's table underneath the basket, whatever you want to call it. He was driving to the basket. He was exhausted. He got fouled. He didn't make the shot, by the way. He was exhausted, and he needed a break. You go back to the game-tying bucket in Game 1 against Milwaukee last year. He's driving to the bucket. He gets inside. He gets his shot. I'm seeing too much with him trying to get to his spot and hit a jumper, which is what we see a lot of stars in the NBA do, by the way. I don't know if there's anybody better at it than Jason Tatum with Boston. These guys who, down the stretch, they find their spot, and they've got one where they always hit.
Dwayne Wade with his bank shot, with his 10-foot bank shot from the wing.
Perfect example. And this kind of gets me to my point, what's bothering me lately. Jimmy Butler is trying to be somebody like Dwayne Wade who could get to his spot and end the game over. Jimmy Butler is not being Jimmy Butler in the last couple of minutes of a game lately. And until he either changes his approach or Spo, and maybe this happens when Lowry comes back, or Spo decides to go away from the idea of, I'm going to put the ball in the hands of my best player and just let him figure it out. There needs to be something that changes, or else I need to see this team win a game late because their star comes up with a big play, or else I'm going to be a little concerned about what happens when you get to those scenarios in a playoff game.
You know, it's interesting, because I mentioned this in one of my Ask Ira's at sunsentinel.com this week, is that he played this wonderfully flowing game in the first quarter of almost every game. I mean, the cuts are almost sublime. Through the first 3 quarters, there's ball movement, there's passing, there's no one dominating the ball, Clay. And then all of a sudden, in the fourth quarter, it changes. And they play typical playoff slowdown basketball. So one, I think that's where Kyle Lowry comes into play when he gets them, You have that look like you have something in the chat session you just can't wait to get to.
Yes, Scummy, and let me interrupt you. Scummy asks, and maybe this is what we spend our next segment talking about, where does Eldridge Rakasner rank in the GOAT discussion?
Where did you come up with that name?
I don't know. That's Scummy, though. We appreciate Scummy. Anyway,
but going back to the Heat and to the moment, so I think they play a certain game in the first 3 quarters. The fourth quarter tends to be more playoff basketball. I think if Jimmy was off the ball a little more and getting the ball in motion to where he wanted to go, he would be on his way. I think Kyle Lowry does that for him. It's really interesting, Clay. The best player on the Miami Heat is Jimmy Butler. I think we would both agree. And yet in fourth quarters, it's almost like he defers to Tyler Hero, who has better shot-making instincts than Jimmy Butler does. Tyler Hero gets to a spot. Tyler Hero can get to the basket. Tyler Hero might miss his shots, but he's almost always in the clear when he's taking his shots. That's not Jimmy ball. Butler ball is banging into you with minimal separation and going up for the shot and hoping to get the call. So I think it's a matter of instincts. Also, Jimmy has even said this. He's gone so far to playmaking this year that that's his number one priority. It's not what he's here for. And I think when Kyle is here, it won't be as much of what Jimmy's here for either. So again, it's almost a redundancy here, on a Sloman's home shield, inside the paint show for weeks on end now. The Heat have only played 14 games in which Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry have been together and have not done it since November 27th. We need that. We need headlines in the Sun Sentinel. We need headlines on Local 10 that start with Big 3 because we need to see that again. These guys are brought together to mesh together. Eventually, Wade, LeBron, and Chris Bosh meshed. It takes time. It took that team a full season. Well, PJ Tucker's 36 and Kyle Lowry's 35, and we don't have a full season to wait around on these guys. So hopefully, Clay, we'll be able to come back here on our Sloman's Home Shield weekly Heat Inside the Paint show and talk about, okay, that was a good first week together for those guys. That was a good second week together for those guys. They need a month together. They almost need in-season training camp in real-time situations, one, just to see who they are. And the one thing we don't have now that I had hoped we did was a full and better read on this team by the February 10th trading deadline, because they're now only 8 days away from that. So it'll have to be more on expectations of what this team might look like with Kyle Lowry and Markieff Morris. And I know we'll get to this at some time in the show because there was an unbelievable roll-in during the game, and Victor Oladipo.
It's funny. I'm less concerned about what happens and the ability for the team to gel, right? Because I felt like we saw that very quickly when the season started. Like when we saw them blow out Milwaukee, when we saw them go to Brooklyn and win that game, and I remember they went to Memphis on the second night of a back-to-back
without
after beating Charlotte when Charlotte was on a roll. I was watching that and I was like, okay, this is going to work, and this worked quickly. And these guys, they look like they played together for you. And there are going to be ups and downs. I think we all appreciate that. But the gelling part didn't seem to be an issue with the team. I'm less concerned about that. I want to see what happens. And by the way, I felt this way back when they were winning these games. I always felt like, all right, the only thing I have questions about is what happens when this team gets into a playoff possession for possession type game, and you got to decide what your best play is in the half court set in those last couple of minutes of a ball game. And I think you make a great point about Tyler Hero and how Jimmy Butler kind of defers to him in the fourth quarter. The problem is that doesn't happen in the last 30 seconds of a game. It did on one possession the other night, by the way, and Tyler got a great look, and the look on his face of shock when it didn't go in.
Yes.
And I do think that fatigue played a role in that shot, that one shot in particular, because we've seen Tyler hit those sorts of shots. And by the way, he was off that night too. So add that to it. I guess what I'm saying is, if you're going to defer to Tyler Hero for the fourth quarter and he's going to become kind of your closer, then he needs to do it in the last 30 seconds too. Or you need to be Jimmy Butler. You need to be the guy who, and it's not just getting fouled, by the way. What I love about watching him is he has this way of getting to the basket, kind of contorting his body, kind of like a great wide receiver who has really good body control, and being able to kind of get an angle through contact to get the ball up there. That's what you need to do if you're going to be
I know this is kind of weird
down the stretch.
I know this is kind of weird, but I'm going to give you a NASCAR sort of comparison here. So you have these NASCAR races where it comes down, there's 10 laps to go, and there's this wild free-for-all, and guys are taking the low lane and the high lane and just driving like crazy. And you say to yourself, wow, that guy really has it going. He's being bold in the moment. And then they throw the yellow flag. And then it comes down to a 3-lap shootout. Tyler Hero, in the wild bumper cars part of the race, is getting you to the front. Jimmy Butler's got to be the guy on the restart who ends it for you. So that's the difference. I don't mind that Tyler had 9 points in the fourth quarter last night. God bless him. I mind that Jimmy had 0. That's the difference right there. That in those last laps, after Tyler gets you back in the race, you've got to have him. I think Kyle settles him. I think Jimmy might be in a little bit of a funk right now. He's missed some time. He's been listed with the ankle. He's been listed with the toe. I don't want to hear it anymore. Apparently, we've made no headway, by the way, since last week's show on our GoFundMe, raising money for ankle tape for Jimmy Butler. But we're still going to work on that. So you know what? A couple of dollars here and there. Maybe the good folks at Sloman's, contribute a little bit also. I mean, those ankles, how can you not be taping them? I do not want to see Jimmy Butler on the injury report anymore saying ankle sprain questionable. So there's a lot of little ancillary things there, but not excuses because the Heat won't tolerate that.
Maybe Jimmy just didn't want to go to Cleveland. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe he just he didn't want to have that all-star moment.
I just posted, the story I know other guys have already written. I just posted at sunsentinel.com at Eric Spoelstra pushing Tyler Hero. Because, Clay, as you know, when you're young and impetuous, you'll go anywhere for any story. When Local 10 was sending you to New England for the Dolphins' final game, you're like, you didn't think about snow. You thought about, oh, boy, this is going to be fun. And then as you get older, you realize guys like Jimmy and Kyle want nothing to do with that. It's almost like they got together in the Heat locker room and they said, who do you want me to promote for All-Star game? And all the veterans lowered their hands. And like Tyler was like, I'll go. I don't think he makes it. Very few 6 men have. It's almost on one hand. Kevin McHale made it as a 6th man. Dan Marley made it twice as a 6th man. People forget this. Kobe Bryant, his first 2 seasons with the Lakers, was a reserve.
Right.
He made it in his 2nd season, so that's another name for you. So there have been very few guys. As a matter of fact, the 2 years when Manu Ginobili was an all-star, he was a starter for the San Antonio Spurs. So it'll be a long shot for Tyler and what he's done. But I think the Heat, all things being equal inside the organization, one for promotion, the young boy wonder kind of thing would be good for Tyler. I think he's the guy they would like to get there. I think Jimmy's the guy who tomorrow, 7 o'clock on TNT, they announce that he's the guy who will be there, or at least voted in.
Let me ask you this. Who has the tough conversation with Jimmy Butler about needing to change his late game approach? Does anybody? I mean, this is one where, look, and I love everything that Jimmy Butler is about, right? I mean, the toughness, I even don't mind being hard on his teammates. I think there's something with him where he kind of puts you through the fire just to see if you can come out on the other side.
Sure.
And I think we've seen that with teammates. I love his relationship with Max Strus. I love the middle finger stuff. I really enjoy that. But I feel like we're at a point with Jimmy Butler where there needs to be this conversation that, hey, you're good. You're really good at one particular thing, which is getting to the basket and doing what it takes to either get to the line or put the ball in the basket there. You're not good at shooting a jumper. You're really not good when it comes to 3-pointers late in games in particular. So
or ever.
Is there somebody that has it? Can Spo have that tough conversation with him? Or is this something where Kyle Lowry pulls him aside at one point and says, and by the way, Lowry has a gift with this where he can kind of pull somebody like Jimmy aside and compliment him in a way where Jimmy almost Jimmy almost thinks it's his idea, right? Like Kyle just has this way of talking to people where he can kind of talk them into that sort of thing. We saw him do it with Duncan Robinson.
Clay, I don't think Eric Spoelstra ever goes to Jimmy with those words. But what he does is he says, how can we best set you up at the end? Do you want to double? Do you want to be ISO'd on the wing? Do you want the lane empty? Do you want Bam there for the alley-oop? So in other words, I mean, we saw some fantastic calls from Nick Nurse last night, including the OG and I'm terrible with that name. Go ahead.
Anunoby,
layup at the end of the game. That's what Eric Spoelstra will try to do with Jimmy. He will try to position him. So I'll take care of the coaching part. You take care of the finishing part. So it doesn't have to be words. It has to be on the little whiteboard there, on those blue cards where the Heat design plays. I think that's what it is. Eric Spoelstra and his staff, who are very good at this, will sit back after a game like this and going, how can we have gotten Jimmy into better spots? And they're such a good coaching staff, they will get Jimmy into better spots. So it doesn't have to be verbal. It can be strategic. I think that's how you handle that. At least you have a cough. I know I have a cough button. I've never seen a sneeze button. Very impressive, my friend.
It's right next to the cough button. You have to update your
I guess
iPad.
That must be F5. Good to know.
Lots of great stuff. You guys dropping great comments, great questions. We'll get to all those coming up next. I also want to talk more about the schedule that is to come, because I think Ira brings up a good point. This is kind of a get-right schedule. Even though you're on the road, it could be that perfect confluence of events where maybe this team does kind of find a way to get out of this funk. Lots more to get to right here on Inside the Paint.
And we'll get Kleenexes for Clay. Sean, I think we're...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back Inside the Paint. Ira, I want to recap what we said right here at the top of the show and just kind of give people some insight into what you're hearing as far as Kyle Lowry goes and kind of set this up. You had essentially been told a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was a week ago, time's getting away from me, but that it was no longer, basically you were told don't ask about this anymore, right? Like basically it was, this is now indefinite. We're not even really checking in. We're checking in to make sure he's okay, but we're not even checking in to see when he's coming back at this point. But now, from what you're seeing today, it sounds like the time for Lowry's return is a lot closer.
Yes,
than later,
that's the exact word, that Kyle is close to returning. Look, he has a lot of contacts in Toronto. A lot of people know about what's going on, and that's where the word came from late last night after the game. I checked in with some people, and the thought is, yes, that it is soon, that we finally have that little bit of turn, that we know we're getting closer to him coming back. It's going to be interesting, Clay, because he can't come back as a 40-minute player. He's been gone now for 9 games. We're talking almost, a couple of weeks, almost a month here. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out as far as what kind of role he comes back. I assume it'll be starting, but what kind of minutes he comes back in. The good thing is the Heat are past the back-to-back part of their schedule. So they will be able to take, a breather a little bit between games. It won't be anything like the 4 and 5 that they just got through, which is why it made sense to wait. And also the situation we saw last night in Toronto, no fans. It looked like the bubble. It looked like last season. It hardly was the way to make his comeback to Toronto anyway. The Heat have 1 game left in Toronto this season, the second to last Sunday this season. That will be a back-to-back, though, off a game in Chicago. So it will be interesting to see how the Heat play that. The Heat will be closer to whole. Now my other question is, and again, I'm not going to sit here and just spout out what I think. Clay, how many times in the last month, 6 weeks, has Markieff Morris given us a hint that he's close? Put on his Twitter account and his Instagram, sort of the question marks, and the smiley faces. And yet every time you look, he's still not there. So that's the other thing they need also. You can see times when they take PJ Tucker out. They're not playing 2 centers together. They tried that for like 5 minutes with Dedmon and Adebayo in Boston. That you'd have another tough muscle guy coming in. God bless Caleb Martin for what he does. Or when they play small, move Max Strus or Jimmy Butler up.
Yeah, much different
still 2 more elements,
right.
Yeah.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah, and I haven't even thought about it. It's almost like Kyle, like you see the tangible difference immediately because he starts and all that. But you're right. There are times certainly when you look at it, you say, "Oh wow, they could really use Markieff Morris right now." So
3 months.
I get that. So
it's been 3 months since we've last seen Markieff Morris. Yeah.
So not that you need me to publicize all your stuff, but keep following Ira. He's going to let you know immediately when anything breaks on that Ira Heat beat on Twitter. So you mentioned the schedule and upcoming now. I've said it, and maybe I'm just being prisoner of the moment. I had some concerns about those losses these last few days. But the way the schedule is setting up right now, and you hear this all the time from Eric Spoelstra about how much he loves long road trips because it gives this team a chance to kind of come together and the guys don't have any choice but to hang out with each other and all that. You're away from the distractions of being home and all that. You combine that with the fact that these next 4 games, they're all winnable, all quite winnable. And you could see a world where they come out the other side of this thing, they finish 4-0 on this trip. And it's hard to do that because, it's like, hey, schedule game. It never quite works out like you want. But let's say you get back Kyle Lowry, either in San Antonio or the next game.
Charlotte.
Let's say that there's this everybody hits the floor and they act like they've played together for 20 years type of thing. And everybody kind of picks up right where they left off. Do you think these next 4 games could be a situation where you look back a couple of weeks, maybe even a couple of months when the playoffs start down the line and say, that's it. That was the moment where everything clicked. Everybody got back together in the comment. Because we've seen it. It was, I remember the year where they went 30-11 the second half of the season. And Spo always talked about the game that they lost at Golden State. But it was kind of on that road trip where everything kind of came together and it felt like the season really changed for them. Do you think we could be kind of coming on to that sort of a moment in this season?
We could be, but I'm actually glancing at the Heat schedule I have over my desk here, and I think the real time is March. The Heat, the way they print out their schedule, the blue games are the home games, the red games are the road games. And when you look at March, it's nothing but blue. I mean, it's almost like one of those political maps, with the blue states and you have all your coastal elites or whatever. I think March is go time for the Heat when they will be home, have practice time, and can really maneuver. Because Clay, even on this trip, the Heat played last night in Toronto, but are traveling today, which takes today as a practice day. They play in San Antonio on Thursday, but are traveling on Friday to Charlotte, which takes Friday away from practice day. Play Saturday in Charlotte, but not fly to Washington until Sunday. So Eric Spoelstra did not set up this trip where they would have a lot of practice time. He did the opposite. He set up this trip, there'd be a lot of sleep time. There'd be a lot of recuperation. No more midnight flights out of a city. They arrived in Toronto about 2 a.m. on Monday. It was a back-to-back, Tuesday morning rather. They had no choice. So I think Eric Spoelstra has sort of set this up as survival mode. Then you go to the All-Star break. Then you get your week off. And then comes March. And again, if anyone looks at the Heat schedule, March is nothing but a homestand. It's like a 20-game homestand. For you and I, talking nothing about road games so far this season, on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, all of a sudden that changes in March. So I think March is go time. I think March is comfort zone time. I think March is bring it all together time. There will be practices. There will be time for guys to sleep in their own beds. I think that's when we'll know. I think this whole season, the way the schedule has been set up is get us to March. And March is after the February 10th trading deadline. March is after the March 1 buyout deadline for playoff eligibility. It's the perfect time to reassess who you are and what you are, and also have a much better read on where you stand with Victor Oladipo. Because at some point, you need to get him in there.
I'm glad you brought that up, because my next question is, has this last week, has it changed at all your view on what this team may or may not need to do, both with the trade deadline looming and also, as you mentioned, that March buyout date looming?
Yeah, I don't think they need to make a move if they can get to health, because they have enough. I sound like Eric Spoelstra right now, but I really do think that they have enough what's waiting in the wings. And look, to me, as big as last night's Heat game was, when the Heat rolled out something during their broadcast on Bally Sports Sun last night and showed Victor Oladipo working pregame yesterday, to me, what was not as fascinating was a 2-on-2 game of Victor Oladipo, Kyle Guy, Chris Silva, and Udonis Haslem. But what was interesting was this was pregame. Eric Spoelstra was on the bench. He is never courtside before a game. He's in his office strategizing. Andy Ellisberg was courtside. Typically, Andy will arrive on a later bus right before the game. He was there. The Heat coaching staff was courtside, and Jimmy Butler was courtside. He does not come out on the road very often before a game and wind up in the situation, where he's sitting on the bench there. So yes, Victor worked before the game. It was only 2-on-2. But believe me, if that was just some innocuous random session, you wouldn't have had Eric Spoelstra and Andy Ellisberg and Jimmy Butler and the coaching staff watching it. So I think we're getting closer to go time there. And again, Clay, I know you can throw me the Bradley Beals and others, but I almost defy people on the chat board there, when they're not slamming or whatever he says, the like button there, is I'm not sure you can give me a better name for this Heat mix than a Victor Oladipo who knows the playbook, who's been working with the team for months on end to add at the deadline, versus another player. This Victor Oladipo thing is real. And the fact that the Heat allowed that video to air on their broadcast, how they are. I mean, this is like the CIA with the Heat. What Victor Oladipo workout? I don't know what you're talking about. No, that wasn't Andy Ellisberg. That was someone who looked like, they put it out there like that. I thought that was fascinating. That's why I changed and wrote my blog on that last night.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you dropped that nugget again. Make sure you read Ira's blog on that, because that's really good stuff. And I think, when you kind of like try to parse things with this organization as much as you can, because they're not going to let stuff out. They don't want stuff out that they don't want out there. So the fact that all that happened, that's really interesting to me. And I want to circle back to your point about Victor Oladipo and him being the best name that you could add to this mix. And I've been somebody who's been a big proponent of Bradley Beal for a while now. It's funny because I watched him a bit more, because I remember watching him in Florida and being like, oh, this is a baller right here. Not that, everybody could tell, but I was like, oh, that's the type of guy that can elevate your franchise. And so I've kind of watched him at Washington since he got there. And then I remember, I could say this now because it's a few years removed from the fact. I remember being at a Heat game, and you've got that table down there where it's like this rotation of sometimes Zoe is sitting there, sometimes
in the corner,
Glenn Rice, sometimes Pat Riley, sometimes Andy Ellisberg. And I just happened to be there at a game when Andy and Pat were there. And they were watching the Heat game, obviously. I want to say they were playing the Raptors. But on their iPad in front of them on League Pass, they had the Wizards game on. And I was like, oh, okay. So Bradley Beal has been somebody, and I think this is when John Wall was hurt. So it wasn't like they were watching John Wall. I mean, this is something that has been on their mind for a long time. And I know that's since been reported. So this isn't breaking any sort of a news. I'm saying all this because I think I may finally be in the place that I don't think this team needs a Bradley Beal anymore. I think that when you saw what this team was early in the year, the way everything came together, and I'm not saying you couldn't use that type of a score late in games, especially with kind of the struggles we've seen with Jimmy Butler lately, but with what you would potentially have to give up to get a Bradley Beal, I wouldn't want to mess with a core that I think is championship ready. And I think this core is championship ready if they fix some little things over these next few weeks and heading into the playoffs. I think I'm finally at the point where, for the first time maybe since I got here, that I don't know that this team needs a whale. I think this team needs somebody like a Victor Oladipo to come in and kind of add to the mix that's already there. Am I going too far the other way on this, or are you kind of in line here
I
with what
agree
they've got
that,
maybe enough?
and that's what I'm trying to say is, and also a continuity standpoint. You've worked with these guys for months on end. We're at a normal NBA season again. There are 82 games. There's still enough time to get things taken care of. And you still have that week, if you're a top 6 team, of no games before the playoffs start as the play-in teams play. So you can have that mini camp that Pat Riley always had with his Knicks teams and some of his Heat teams right before the playoffs. But again, you could say, matter of fact, I'll turn it the other way. So you feel comfortable, it seems, on the wing that you have perhaps a Victor Oladipo coming back. We know we have a Kyle Lowry eventually coming back. So to me, the position of need sort of has been power forward. And we saw that in Boston on Monday when you didn't have PJ Tucker. You were sort of mixing and matching and trying for something, but you have Markieff Morris out there also. So I'd say the only way or reason I would feel a need to make a trade is this. Do they know something more about Markieff Morris's neck than we do with the whiplash? Is there a vertebrae resting against a nerve that simply looks like it won't get handled this season and that there's a risk of greater injury if he plays? If they know that Markieff Morris is coming back and they know that Victor Oladipo can come back, then I think you can sort of stand pat with what you have. The other thing is, Clay, and that's this. Or do you at any point jeopardize, not to say jeopardize this season, but change your dynamic because of the future? Because you have to pay Tyler Hero probably his extension sometime by next October. Because you might have to pay Victor Oladipo. So do you look at the long term of the cap and saying, hey, if we can offload this Duncan Robinson contract now and move the money to someone else, maybe we have to consider it? I say unequivocally no. Not when PJ Tucker's 36, not when Kyle Lowry's 35, not when Jimmy's 32, that this is your window now. Let the future handle itself. Worry about whether you can sign Caleb Martin another time. That's a front office thing. So how much does the front office enter the equation?
And Cedell asked this, and I smiled because he said, hey, look, the Heat question here, because the chat is largely, and understandably so, the chat is largely right now Dolphin-centric. He does ask, because he's hopping in late, he missed the Kyle Lowry update and what you said earlier. So can you just kind of recap where that stands?
Is that Kyle Lowry? It looks like finally we have an idea that it's going to, if not imminent, probably in the next few days, Kyle is going to make every effort to rejoin the Heat. I don't know about San Antonio on Thursday. I would think probably or possibly by Charlotte on Saturday. It's still fluid. But now the word out of Toronto last night was, when everyone was waiting for Kyle's return back to where he played for 9 seasons, won the 2019 championship, is that he's moving in a direction of getting back to the Heat. So I guess I'd say this way, there is optimism of seeing Kyle Lowry back with the Heat sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and to kind of build on the point that you said earlier too, Lowry still has a lot of contacts in Toronto, and the Heat, we know, I mean, it's Fort Knox, man. They don't let anything out that they don't want out. And it was pretty clear that they wanted everything silent as much as they could on Kyle Lowry. They wanted to give him time they wanted to respect what he's going through and be able to come out on the other side of it without any sort of feelings of pressure from the organization. But, when you end up going to Toronto and there's some more Kyle Lowry contacts there, that some of the stuff may end up coming out. We'll probably talk about this more on the other side, but to your point about not necessarily going after a guard, but maybe a big, that I guess maybe if you wanted to go after a bigger type name or something, and I don't know that this player you would necessarily consider a whale, but somebody who's always kind of piqued my interest a little bit is Brandon Ingram with New Orleans, because I think it was pretty clear that there wasn't that fit with him and Zion Williamson. They tried to make it happen. Now Zion's out. Ingram's playing really, really well. We've heard Christian Wood a bit. So I guess if you're going to look at a big name, and you almost have to look at it from this perspective, would this player make you better, not just down the stretch, but also in the future, based on like what you just said, the money that you have allocated to Duncan Robinson, could that money be used elsewhere? Because I think we've brought this up on the show before. Almost no deal could be made unless Duncan Robinson is a part of it.
Well, I have one, and I'll tell you after the break, and it might be someone they might be able to put in their suitcase in San Antonio and bring home. So after the break, we'll get to that.
And it would not require Duncan Robinson in the deal if we're talking about the same player. So we'll get to that and a lot more coming up on the other side right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to home stretch here on Inside the Paint, coming off 3 Heat losses in a row, which is not used to hearing here. But Ira, you mentioned
second time this season, yeah.
We're not used to seeing that with this core, but you know, kind of the big stories that we're following right now. It does sound like from what Ira said in the first couple of segments that Kyle Lowry is close to coming back, and it's the first time that I think we've kind of gotten that vibe for a while now, and potentially in San Antonio, if not shortly thereafter. I think it's probably safe to say that the feeling is we'll see him at some point on what's left of this 6-game road trip. And the thing that you mentioned before we went to break there is, you know, we love the transaction in the NBA, and a lot of times it's about the stars and where they may move. But there's a player that is currently on a roster but is not playing. And we've seen this before with the Miami Heat. And going back to Trevor Ariza, and he certainly added an element to last year's team that, you know, when things went sideways, I think it was largely forgotten how well he played at times. And then go back the year before with Andre Iguodala and how much he was able to help the team in the bubble. There's a player out there who I think you were referencing before the break that could fit exactly what the Heat need. And he's not a big name, but he's a player that actually has hurt the Heat before. And you know how the Heat like to go after guys that have done them wrong in the past by beating them on other teams. So kind of take the floor from there.
Yeah, you know, the Heat have been linked for years to Thaddeus Young. And I just see him as a name that right now he's out of the Spurs mix. Greg Popovich and the front office, they were very good about taking care of people. They appreciate that veterans want to win. They took a chance. They thought they might be in a little bit of a better position. And I think they would work with the player. I'd almost compare this more, Clay, to the Heat last year at the trading deadline, picking up Nemanja Bjelica from the Sacramento Kings. Guy at the end of his contract, guy who's a big, who shoots threes, who you can hope for, who you can hope might fit in the mix, but not spending so much that if it doesn't work, you don't go to yourself, oh my God, we gave up Mo Harkless and Chris Silva for this, like they did for Bjelica. You can make a smaller deal for someone like that. And all I was thinking in Boston the other day was when PJ Tucker was held out, Heat said it was a leg injury, is if they would have had someone like Thaddeus Young, it would have been so much easier to work through the rotation instead of going those 5 minutes with Dedmon and Adebayo when they hadn't done that all season, starting smaller with Caleb Martin at power forward. So I think there are little ancillary moves where you're not ripping up your core, and you might be able to find a way to make the money work. The other part of it is this, though. Is there any move out there after going the entire season out of your way not to go into the luxury tax that you would dare at this point say, you know what, let's go all in right now. We'll worry about that at another time. So that's the other side of this. Again, I spoke in the last segment. I don't think you worry about the future when you're making trades and offload because you have Tyler Hero's extension window, because you might have to sign with bird rights Victor Oladipo. It's still about living in the moment. But the luxury tax is a little bit different. This is a team that spent all of August, September, October, November, December, January doing everything they could to avoid the luxury tax, keeping Caleb Martin on his two-way contract, signing guys only on emergency 10 days. Would they, at the February 10th trading deadline, a week from Thursday, go the other direction and say, let's live in the moment, let's do that right now? So I think, number one, they're not going to break up the core if they can at all avoid it, unless it's just the deal they can't say no to if that's out there. On the other hand, I am curious to see how they approach the luxury tax, because in future years, the way the contracts are set up for Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, to a degree, Duncan Robinson, and what either will come for Tyler Hero or Victor Oladipo or both of them, you're probably going to be in the luxury tax for a while. So do you want to start that repeater tax where all of a sudden you're going to have very little flexibility with signing trades, with mid-level exceptions? So I think that's the other part of the trade equation.
And basically that would be saying we're going to punt maybe a year on the end of the Jimmy Butler contract, the Kyle Lowry contract, in order to live in the moment and go right now, because you're not going to want to be in the repeater tax that many years in a row. But look, Mickey Arison has made this very clear. When he has a team that he feels like can win a championship, he's fine with that. Like that's when you kind of make that financial sacrifice in order to kind of be on that level. I want to stick with Thaddeus Young for a second, because
sure.
This is all matchup based, and the playoffs are all going to be about matchups, because you and I are on the same page. I think the Heat are certainly contenders. I think they can win a championship. The Suns scare the daylights out of me, and yet you just beat the snot out of them on your own home floor, and you actually beat them in Phoenix as well. So like I feel like this team can beat anybody, but there are a couple of matchups that scare me. And you mentioned Toronto. I do feel like they'd find a way to beat Toronto in a 7-game series, but they take a lot out of you.
Right.
The one that I'm really concerned about is Cleveland. And I feel like getting somebody like a Thaddeus Young would give you an extra big that is skilled, is tough, is able to kind of withstand the pounding of going up against guys like Kevin Mobley and Jared Allen and even Kevin Love to a certain extent, even though he's kind of taken his game outside even more as his career is going on. But that's the type of player that I think could help you in a matchup like that. Potentially against Milwaukee too. And, you go back, I felt like it was good to see the Heat beat up the Bucks on the boards a few times, like because of what we saw last year in the playoffs, that It felt like you needed a bigger player. They were able to kind of withstand that so far this year in regular season games. And yet I can't help but think back to what happened in the playoffs last year. And maybe against a Milwaukee and a Cleveland, somebody like a Thaddeus Young would really help you potentially. Like, obviously your rotation is going to be tight, but in a matchup like that, if you needed a bigger body, that would be the type of matchup where you would want a Thaddeus Young.
And especially if Markieff Morris is not right or doesn't fit, because you've only seen it for 10 games, so you don't know that also. It's interesting you bring up Cleveland. And for people who missed us at the top of the show, we spoke about how Toronto could be a dangerous matchup because of their length, but more than that, their athletic length. And Big O will post that, and you can listen to that segment on the podcast later. But I'm not as concerned, Clay, about Cleveland for this reason. Yes, they're 2-0 against the Heat. They start these 3 7-footers with Evan Mobley, the rookie, with Larry Markkinen, and of course then Jared Allen and his fro, which can make him 7'5" at times. So I get all of that. But Cleveland doesn't have that go-to guy. They don't necessarily have that player. Darius Garland's playing great, but he's still young.
You don't think he's there yet?
He's still young. I think he has to have his playoff moments and grow into it. Where Toronto has a Fred VanVleet, and we saw it last night. He was 1 of 2 in the first half. Jimmy Butler was shutting him down, and then he said, enough. Now this is go time. To a lesser degree, Gary Trent Jr. also. So, yes, Cleveland would be problematic. You can make an argument the most grueling playoff run for the Heat might be something like Toronto in the first round, Cleveland in the second round, and no matter who they get in the East Finals, they will be a beat-up team. So length would help there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the Heat approach the trade deadline. Do they feel they have enough? Did they know more about Markieff Morris and where he stands health-wise than we do? And do they still have those sort of blueprints of how Morris fits in with his team, even though we've only seen him for 10 games? So you have that factoring in also. So I think the trade deadline, I might be totally wrong, might be more about the little things than the big things come February 10th.
And we got a comment in the chat, trade Duncan. And I'll say this. I think with this core, Duncan looked more like Duncan when Bam Adebayo came back.
And Jimmy.
And
yes.
So I feel like that kind of falls in that if you're going to disrupt the chemistry, and look, had we not seen Duncan come back and look more like Duncan with Bam Adebayo back, maybe you have more questions about that as you lead up to the deadline. But I feel really comfortable about this core, and I feel a lot more comfortable about Duncan after I've seen him with Bam, because there's just something there. There's a chemistry. There's, like we talked earlier in the show about getting to your spots, and it feels like Bam and Duncan, for whatever reason, they're just on the same wavelength where Bam knows, like, sometimes it can be just like 6 inches from one spot on the wing to the other, where Bam is set up versus somebody else in that high post. It just looks so much different. So I guess I'm not on the trade Duncan at all costs train. If you think you can make the roster a lot better, or if you feel like, hey, you really need a Brandon Ingram or somebody else that is going to match salary, then okay. But I feel like with this team, you're right. It's tinkering. It's what are we potentially going to need? Because I think you look at the core of this team, and I don't think you want to mess with, we'll take Victor Oladipo out for the moment, but Kyle Lowry, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, and Duncan Robinson is the starting unit. Max Strus at times has played like you'd be okay with him kind of taking Duncan's role there. Tyler Hero obviously being the top scorer and him coming off the bench, first off the bench. And then you've got those role players who have really played well at points in this season. I don't know that you want to mess with those top 6 or 7 unless you can say definitively, this makes us better, and it's not going to disrupt the chemistry that we've seen with this team when it's all together. Now, if something happens and Kyle Lowry comes back on, let's say he comes back on Thursday, and they don't look anything like what we saw earlier in this year, there are questions about maybe that was a ruse, or then maybe you revisit this. But Ira, I'm of the mindset that I love what I saw from this team when they were whole. Before we make any sort of drastic moves, I want to see them together one more time and just see if they can keep that going.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But again, the problem is I kept telling you this 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. At least by the February 10th trading deadline, we'll know who they are. I was wrong. I didn't expect Kyle to miss all this time. I didn't expect these other injuries to come into play. The other thing with Duncan that is concerning, and I agree, Clay, once they got Bam back, and then once Jimmy was back in that alignment also, you saw sort of the 2020 playoff Heat and the dynamic they had and how Duncan would occupy other people. So I get that. Clay, here's what bothers me, though, about Duncan, or concerns me, I guess is a better word, is this. The inconsistency is that, yes, he's gotten his shooting percentage up, but there's still nights like last night, the 1 of 6s. It's been a wild Duncan Robinson ride, even over the last month with Bam Adebayo back, where he's 4 for 8 in one game. And he's making 5 3-pointers, and then he's going scoreless, and then he's 1 of 6. That's not something we'd really seen during the best of Duncan, are these wild swings in his up and down. I want to see more consistency. I don't need him to shoot 5 of 9 on threes, but give me 3 a game on a reasonable shooting percentage, consistently. That's the difference. When I looked at the box score last night, I wasn't even surprised to see he was 1 of 6. I've seen too many of those recently, and you're right. All of a sudden, 2 of 6 on threes, and you say, okay, that's in the 30s. That's not the end of the world. But I think we've seen more swings from Duncan wildly this year than really when he had hit his groove in the previous 2 seasons.
And you don't think that's attributable to Bam being out? I mean, obviously there are other factors,
but it's happened when Bam came back also. So yes, I it's funny. The people who write me at Ask Ira always say the same thing. Why are you covering for him? And I always say, well, I need to see him with Bam. I need to see him with Jimmy. I need to see this group whole. And remember, Clay, when Bam wasn't back, Eric Spoelstra was actually starting Max Strus ahead of Duncan because it's all about meshing and finding the right lineups. But now he knows that Duncan provides that element that rounds out that lineup rather well, which is why he's staying with it. The sample size has been so small because of all the injuries and absences, which again is what makes the trading deadline, the buyout deadline, and how that all plays out interesting. I will say this, and we have one more show before the trading deadline. I know we'll go hot and heavy on this next Wednesday when we talk, is this. I think the NBA trading deadline will be impactful for the Heat, but not by the Heat. I think it'll be what the other teams in the East do. Does Philly do something with Ben Simmons? Even if it's a CJ McCollum, they're instantly much better. Does Brooklyn go out and say, you know what? We have Kyrie at least for road games now. KD is coming back after or at the All-Star break. So do we make the move now for one more piece? Hell, are our luxury taxes through the roof anyway? Is this go time for us now?
Let me add one more to that. I mean, there's weird stuff coming out with Harden. I mean, like, and it doesn't feel like it's coming from nowhere. Like it feels like they're kind of like setting, maybe it's people close to Harden. Who knows? Maybe it's, I mean, this isn't, we're spitballing here. Maybe it's Daryl Morey who wants to find a way to get Harden to Philly eventually. Like there's stuff coming out there that just doesn't feel quite right. But yeah, I'm with you. Keep going.
And then the other team is Cleveland. And obviously they lost Colin Sexton and have been playing actually better without him. Then they lost Ricky Rubio and they brought in Rajon Rondo, the universal donor, on his 95th NBA team. But if you put, say, a Goran Dragic in that Cleveland backcourt in a playoff situation where he's been there, seen it, done it, and all of a sudden you have the veteranship of a Goran Dragic and a Kevin Love and all those kids in the length running up and down, that changes also. So I think a lot of the trade deadline for the Heat is not being an idle bystander, but monitoring what the other teams in the East are doing. Does Boston get one more +1 and make a move back up? Does Charlotte make there's teams lurking in the weeds. Toronto's another one. They can trade Goran's contract. Maybe they can bring back that one more element so Nick Nurse doesn't have to play all of his guys 40 minutes a night. So I think the trade deadline will happen around the Heat. But the Heat will have to monitor because sometimes when teams A and B do something, you're left with no choice but to react. We see that all the time in the offseason where you have to match the moves of other teams. Harder to do in the season because of contracts and roster limits, but I think it'll be interesting. The East will be shaken up because of what happens at the trade deadline. I'm just not so sure that the Heat will be an active participant in that.
I want to go back to Boston really quickly, and we just got a couple of minutes left. And by the way, if you have any questions on the way out, drop them in the chat. I was not I wasn't concerned about that loss from a Heat perspective. It was a throwaway game from my perspective there. The thing that I noticed though is I can't figure out Boston. Is you see them, and when they're on, you're like, man, this team could beat anybody. I firmly believe. When everything is clicking for them, very few teams in the league, Brooklyn notwithstanding, have 2 stars who are that good and play that well. And I'm not going to say play that well together because they don't do it consistently. It's this weird thing where, for whatever reason, their games should mesh. Like they should be able to find a way to make this happen, and they don't. But when they're on, man, they're scary. And so if they were to, and I think that if Boston were ever to decide to move on from one, it would almost certainly be Jaylen Brown and not Jason Tatum. The type of return that they could get there, if they were able to find somebody who were able to make that work a little, that would be scary. Like that to me. But
and that could be the Ben Simmons permutations there also.
To me, I like that makes too much sense. But I feel like Daryl Morey is probably going to hold out for Harden. And I feel like I don't think Boston would look at this and say a 1-for-1 Jaylen Brown for Ben Simmons. makes a whole lot of sense because I think Brown could get a much bigger return.
He's the known
Maybe
quantity,
I'm wrong,
right? Yeah.
But anyway, so big week coming up. We got San Antonio coming up next. How do you see these next couple of games playing out?
I mean, you got to get San Antonio. You don't want a 3-game, losing streak to become a 4. Charlotte is tough. They're tough at home. So that'll be a good game. Washington, right now, they announced that Bradley Beal will be out. That changes the dynamic when the Heat play Washington next Monday. And then we'll be back next Wednesday here on the Sloman Home Security Show, Inside the Paint, talking about the trade deadline. We'll have a lot better clarity. And it honestly could be one of those shows where we're both looking down at our phones for the latest rumors because we'll sort of be in that 24-hour away cycle. So I think it's going to be interesting. One last thing, reserves announced tomorrow, Thursday, for the All-Star game. I expect Jimmy Butler on his body of work to make it. He's missed a ton of time, but in a COVID year, everyone has missed a ton of time. So I'll be talking to Big O on Friday on our Acura Pembroke Pines report about that. So All-Stars first, then trading deadline coming up. It's getting busy. It's getting interesting.
Speaking of looking down at your phones, I've been looking at all the updates of what Brian Flores has been saying. I know that Big O is going to have more on that coming up next. He's got some great guests lined up, a lot of Dolphins talk coming up right here on the Big O Show. Thanks for hanging out with us right here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Chia.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes. Oh, welcome back, boys and girls, on an ugly Wednesday, because I mean that's all we can say, right? It's not a beautiful Wednesday today. It's an ugly Wednesday. The Panthers lost to the stinking Rangers that Ira Winderman roots for. Kind of crap is that? I mean, seriously, come on. What the hell is wrong with you people? I mean, come on. That's just wrong rooting for the Rangers. Anyways, the Heat lose to Toronto, and now we've got the Dolphins. And obviously, we've got a lot of things to talk about. Cameron Wolfe is going to join us shortly here, and we'll get to wrap a little bit with Cameron Wolfe. Jordan Schultz will join us at 10:50. We're working on another guest later on the show to see if we can get another angle on this story. Obviously, I've got a lot of things I want to talk about, and already gave you some right before the Slomans Inside the Paint show, which, by the way, the boys did a great job. Outside of that, Ira is rooting for the stinking Rangers, but outside of that, it was so we can't complain. Nice job by you, Sean. I mean, that just was solid. I mean, that's just... Yeah, you can't beat that. Yeah, that was strong on your part. That was strong on your part. Let's see. What are we doing here? Well, we're gonna wait for Cam. Now, remember, you can chime in at 855-912-1056. I don't want to get into too much because obviously Cam is going to join us now, and we want to get his thoughts on this craziness now that's going on with Flo. And look, there are the race part of it. It's interesting because we know that it exists. I mean, come on, that's just old. I don't think it had anything to do with Flo, quite frankly, but that's a whole different conversation that we'll get into. To me, where I'm focused completely on is the attempted payoff for losses. That to me is where I'm focused in on. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want a house cleaning, you're going to get your house cleaning. Okay? You're going to get your house cleaning. I can tell you that already. I mean, and listen, I saw both interviews on Get Up and also on CNN. And he apparently has proof that the offer was made. Do you know why he has proof? Because Chris Greer was present. That's what Flo says. So if this gets to court, is the owner Ross and Greer, are they going to be telling the truth or are they going to be lying under oath? Because they both have to lie and take it to the grave. That no, Flo doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I never told him that. And Greer's going to go, yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Or does Greer say, because he's under oath, and if it really happened, because we don't know if it really happened, but, you know, I have a hard time, believe it or not, I have a hard time not believing Flo on the 100K thing. Do you know why? Ross is that stupid. He's not a smart football owner. He might be a smart real estate mogul. He's proven over and over again he's not a smart football owner. So he's capable of doing stupid things like that. He went to go recruit Harbaugh with another coach in place. So he has a track record of doing stupid things. Orange carpets and crap like that. It's kind of been an MO with him. Celebrate Tim Tebow and the Gators when your tenant is the Canes? I mean, the man has had no awareness at times. We have to admit that. So that part of Flo's story, I it's hard for me not to believe it, actually. Now, he has to have proof, and he has to prove it, and it can't be a he said thing. But here's where the kicker is. He says Chris Greer was present. If that's true, then Chris Greer is going to be put in a position where he either has to come clean or he has to be Greg Anderson. Anybody remember Greg Anderson? Anybody know who Greg Anderson is? That is Barry Bonds' best friend in the history of time. Barry Bonds' wife and kid, if he has any kids, none of them are more friendly and believe in him more and more loyal to him than Greg Anderson. Greg Anderson went to jail for the man and never spoke. And he's taken into the grave the cream and the clear for Barry Bonds. So question is now, will Stephen Ross and Chris Greer build a bond like what we're talking about now with Greg Anderson and Barry Bonds? Okay? These are analogies you will never get anywhere else, by the way. I just want you to know that, okay? You're not going to get it on Kitty Radio 560, that's for sure. But anyway, so you look at what's going on here, and this is a really, really bad situation. Now, it could also be a really good situation because you rid yourself of Ross. And if there's truth to this, that he offered the 100K, it's disgusting. It's weak on his part. Ross needs to be removed right away. And more importantly, Bruce Beal should not be allowed to take over for the team because that's his partner. And so, as I said in the earlier segment, what if Bruce Beal gave him that idea? We don't know. You don't know. But if this is true and somehow can be proven, and if Flores says that and listen, this is why they won't want it to go to court, because then real dirt has to come out because you're under oath. So if there's a settlement, then it becomes even uglier for me, at least. Now I know it's true. And the NFL should know it's true. And the NFL should push Ross the hell out the door. So there is one good thing about this. Okay? That's the one good thing about it. Sean, send Cam a link there. I don't know what the hell's going on. So, that's, to me, that's the one good thing out of all of this, is that you have a possibility of eliminating Stephen Ross from the team. Because if this is true, I don't want to see Stephen Ross ever again associated with the team. It'll be Stephen Ross. If this is true, Stephen Ross is no better than Jeffrey Lurie in my eyes. I don't care how much money you spend. You're such a goofball. You're such an idiot. You're so insulting that I don't want you as my owner. And quite frankly, nobody should support the Dolphins if Stephen Ross is the owner, if this is true. Let me just say it like it should be. There should be a revolt. There should be the entire Dolphin nation around the world should show up at that stadium and demand that Stephen Ross get the hell out. Okay? That's what should happen if there's truth to this. Because it's about some of the most outside. You have to go to the racist, ways of Donald Sterling and Marge Schott. Obviously, those are the only two that are worse than Stephen Ross. I mean, listen, he already got away with the whole thing of recruiting Harbaugh when he already had a coach in place. That's already despicable as it is. This, come on, man. And so this will clean house, obviously. Chris Grier will not survive this either. All right. As much as I root for Chris Grier and I want him to have an opportunity, he gets caught up in this mess because what are you going to do? It's the owner. You got to take the orders. But that's what this mess is going. It may lead to is the change at the top. That's probably what it will do. All right, let's get to our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins, and NFL report with Cameron Wolf. That's next.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and Miami Dolphins with our Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolf. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to flpdjobs.com. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All right, Cam. And by the way, before I go to Cam, Hunter Butler, thank you, sir. And CRS Collectibles, thank you also for the super chats. We'll get to some of your questions in a minute. And Frankie Fresco, also, thank you. All right, follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. All right, Cam, anything going on with the Dolphins? Is there something going on at all? Is there any news or anything?
No, nothing at all. Quiet week for the Miami Dolphins.
This is amazing. We've gone through the Bullygate stuff. We went through Jimmy and Danny and Jimmy, where the fight between Jimmy Johnson and Dan Marino. We went through the whole Wanstead and Spielman power struggle. We went through the Ireland Parcells mess. Joe Philbin, Donna Ponte, everybody telling on each other. We had Bullygate. We had Ross going after Harbaugh when Sperano was in place. I mean, dude, the last 25 years, like you're kind of new to this mess because you've only been a part of it for a couple of years. But for us down here, man, and I'm 55, at least I got to live the good years. I got to live the 70s and the 80s and the very early 90s. So I got to experience what football, what we used to be football royalty. We used to be football royalty, actually. And now we're a disgrace. We're a constant disgrace. For 25 years, it's just one thing after another. And now, I go two ways with this mess. You know what I mean? Because race had nothing to do with the Dolphin side of it. Right? I mean, give me a break.
So obviously a big part of his accusations towards Ross are the tanking and the tampering.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, right. So the race part, I don't think falls on the Dolphins. On the other side, well, we'll we can tackle all those things. But this whole mess of 100K, I mean, I may not give him a lot of merit on some of the things with race because I know it's a huge problem overall. With him, it may not be that may not be the case, but whatever. We'll get into that. But the 100K thing, I believe him, actually. Now, he's got to prove it. And the fact that he has Chris Grier and he says Chris Grier was present, that's when it really gets ugly, Cam, because if this thing goes to court, you're under oath now all of a sudden. And you got to come clean.
Yeah. And there was more people there than Chris Grier when that statement was made too. So they feel like they have witnesses and evidence. So that's definitely going to be something that's, a huge part of it because that comes to the integrity of the game. And if that's proven true, then I think there's like big repercussions, with Stephen Ross on what that is. So that's a part of this. The discrimination and racism for the Giants, the Broncos, and other teams is a part of it. So it's really a bombshell report. I was literally in the air for the Vegas when this whole thing dropped. So it's been a whirlwind last 24 hours. But he brought his receipts. And a lot of times when you have feelings about things, you express them, people don't listen. They listen when you have evidence. So The evidence is going to be key here, but for the Dolphins, it's not at the heel of trying to hire a new coach and move forward. Now everything is going to be through the draping of Brian Flores and whether this firing and was right and all the elements of it. And so this is not a great week to be a Dolphins fan, honestly.
No, I mean, it hasn't been a great 25 years,
right,
to be a Dolphins fan. That's my point. This has been 25 years of just constant controversies and problems, and then obvious. And this is the pinnacle. I mean, this and Bullygate are like, the pinnacles of what's gone on in the last 25 years with the soap opera that is the Miami Dolphins. So, I mean, I know there's a lawsuit now, and obviously everybody gets to shut up now because they have to say, well, there's a lawsuit and we can't talk, and they're going to kind of keep it very general now. But where does the team go in their head coaching search? How does this all affect all of this? I mean, McDaniel looked like he was headed to be the guy, and he's going to interview tomorrow, supposedly. So how does this affect all of this?
Yeah, obviously it makes it more difficult from the PR side of things and from the image side of things. But I think the Dolphins are going to continue to go through their search. I think I reported this yesterday or 2 days ago. There was like a belief that Mike McDaniel interviewed earlier this week. That wasn't accurate.
No. Jordan's report, we ran with it like he had interviewed, and Jordan's report never said that. It was all based on the first report because he cleared it up yesterday. I'm going to have Jordan on at 10:50.
Yeah, so Mike McDaniel's still going to interview Thursday. That's still the plan, and he's the top candidate from what I'm told. I know that the Harbaugh stuff is out there, but from what I understand, the Dolphins, I've talked to a few people in that organization who said they would be shocked if Harbaugh would be the guy. So if it's a Harbaugh situation, it's a situation where Steve Ross essentially went rogue and hired Harbaugh without anybody knowing what was going on. Which you can't put anything past Steve Ross, but I just don't see that happening. I think that you're going to interview Mike McDaniel. Kellen Moore is also scheduled, I believe, either Thursday or Friday, and then I'd expect them to make a decision sometime this weekend, and probably next week announce a new head coach. So,
all right. So how does this team move forward now with this mess? Because this is going to hang over their heads. You guys are going to want some questions answered. How do they dance around this entire mess right now?
I mean, they're lucky in a sense because it's the off season, so they don't have to talk to us every day. I know Chris Greer's down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, but he's not scheduled to talk. So he'll be down there, but he's not talking to reporters. So the next time we'll probably get a chance to talk to them will be when they hire a new head coach. So whenever that press conference is, and usually you have the GM and Ross there. They take questions. So I'd imagine that there will be a lot of questions about that. And honestly, it's going to be unfortunate for whoever they hire because it's going to be a first-time head coach most likely. And he's going to want this to be his moment, but it's not going to be his moment. This will be the first time we talk to Ross and Greer. So, I mean, honestly, if the Dolphins were smart and try to get ahead, they would have a availability of some sort before so that the interview itself about the head coach is about the head coach.
The problem is there's a lawsuit.
This story is bigger than any story about whoever the Dolphins hire.
Problem is there's a lawsuit, so they can't. They really don't want to have a press conference because they would be so limited in what they could answer because the lawyers have taken over now, Cam. So
and there's definitely going to be lawyers involved. You've seen it all morning as
team and league lawyers, and league lawyers.
Right.
Okay. So that's that. There's a lot of people now going, yeah, no, you can't say that. No, you can't talk. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No. So there's going to be a lot of covering of asses now. All right. So we look at all when you start seeing all the allegations from Flo, all right, we don't know what's true, what's not, but your gut, you go over it. What smells to you that you're like, yeah, this might be like the 100K thing. Are you believing it? I have a hard time believing that Flo's going to lie about this.
Right. Yeah. Flo's straightforward. He's been a straightforward guy about it. Like I actually talked to a guy who was in this for it yesterday. He told me he heard it as well. So there are multiple people who were saying that Ross said this. Now, do the Dolphins come out and say he said it jokingly or whatnot? There are always ways that things can be spun, which is why you have to give the other side a chance. But, I had heard multiple times that the whole tanking narrative was coming from Ross. And so that's not a surprise that he's driving this boat. And you have Flores, who has been adamant that, hey, I'm not going to tank. So the actual money part of it, that's where the bribery comes in. That's where the legal situation comes in. And that's where the proof is going to come in. So the fact that it's verbal, there may not be the words verbatim, but you can bring witnesses in. They have other corroborating evidence for it. So ultimately, that's the smoking
Do they have
gun.
money? Was money given?
No, he didn't take any money. There was no money exchanged. I was told that he would not take any. So there won't be any trail of money because he didn't take any.
The one thing I talked about earlier on the show was he should have, I know it's tough, but he would have had way more to stand on if he comes clean right there and then. After that meeting, he comes forward and says, see, this is the reason why a black man doesn't get a fair shot. I get hired and away lose.
I get that. But you're looking at a guy who, like you said, is a black man, the first-time head coach. He's trying to do his best job and hope that winning is all that matters.
But now it comes off as sour grapes.
Right. That's what it comes off as.
And then it's just, but it's harder to fight the fight now. Because if it's a he said, and before you came on, I said, is Chris Greer going to go Greg Anderson?
Right.
You get my drift?
Yep.
Greg Anderson is Barry Bonds' best friend ever. Okay? Wife, kids will never come close to Greg Anderson.
Right.
That mofo went to jail for you, stayed quiet, never said anything. Right. You probably paid him behind the scenes somewhere. Right. And that's a stand-up. That's a friend, bro. I mean, that's a friend. Right. So the question is, are they going to go, the people that were there, are they going to go Greg Anderson? And are they going to lie with the owner? Or are they going to, go against it? And so that's why I'm saying that at that moment, if Flo comes out, and I know it becomes hell, but it actually becomes way more easy to stand behind him at that moment than it does 3 years later, because it throws all the doubt out there now.
No, I hear you on that. And obviously the first reaction is he's doing this because he got fired. And, only Flores knows what his full motivations are. He said what he wants to do as far as real change, but only he knows his true motivations. I just think that it's a little unfair because a lot of times the lawsuit comes out when the lawsuit comes out. Like when we talk about criminal cases, when people complain about this happened to me and it may happen 6 months later, and the immediate response is, why didn't you say it now? Well, people take their own time to come about things. And so maybe it took firing him for him to say, hey, this needs to be revealed. But I don't think that makes it any less, of a merit-based claim that he did it a year later than he was supposed to.
3 years later.
3 years. 2 years later, but I don't think that makes it any less credible. I mean, it would have made him look better.
I'm not saying that it makes it less credible. What I'm saying is it makes it harder to prove. If you do it right there and then, dude, it that becomes like, wow, this guy didn't even coach a game, and he is standing up for his rights because they're telling him to lose. Oh my God! Now it becomes one hell of a story. We can get behind him because it's disgraceful that that's what you did to a minority to start his career. And everybody's going to end up holding it against you because nobody can prove what you did in tanking and all that crap, right? So the record's on you, not on anybody else.
Yeah.
And so I think that and now it takes balls. It takes balls to do it at that moment. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if you do it 3 years later, you're kind of just throwing sand on your coffin, and it's over because he doesn't have it. 3 years ago, he might still get a job because Ross is the one that looks like a horse's ass at that moment. So I'm just saying that there might have been some hope 3 years ago if he stands up to it. It's easy for me to say that also in hindsight. I get it because most of us pressured like that by your boss, powerful people, we all react differently. So I get all of that. But I'm just saying, for his case, it would have been a lot better if he would have taken that stance right there and then.
Sure. I definitely get that. It would have ended his coaching career with the Dolphins immediately,
Right.
obviously. And he's got a family to take care of. So there's a lot of things that I don't want to say, hey, he should have did this, should have did that, because I don't know if I would have the courage and the ability to stand up and do that when I got a family to protect.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's going to be a lot of questions about the timing of it. But for me, I think the most important thing, whether he came out now, whether he came out 2 years ago, whether he came out 10 years from now, is it true? And does he have the evidence to prove it's true? Because even if he came out 2 years ago, he's going to have the same thing of the truth, having to prove the evidence. So even if he did right after, like the day it happened, he's still going to have to prove it. So I don't think anything changes 2 years later when the evidence is still the most important part of this.
Cameron Wolf joining us, the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins, and NFL report. On the other interviews, what did you think about those and the Giants and those kind of things and everything that went on? I truly feel that Belichick, that's just an old man that using technology. Hell, I screw up. You screw up. We all have sent a text to somebody else. And, oh, hey, dude, my bad. That wasn't for you. That was for somebody else.
Right.
Who hasn't done that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that is incredibly believable on Belichick's part. I know people are coming up with all kinds of conspiracy theories, and he did it on purpose to sabotage and this and that. But I don't believe any of that. But how do you feel about the whole Giants situation? Does that how racist does that make the league look, or was it not racist? Was it something that maybe it's a part of life? Because I think a lot of us have gone through interviews that we kind of feel like, yeah, we don't have a shot. Somebody else is going to get it. And you kind of felt that you were going through the motions.
Yeah, I think that Flores is putting his name on something that Black coaches have felt has been an issue for a very long time. I talked to a lot of coaches, had a lot of coaches reach out to me, call me over the last 18 hours about this story, given their own experiences, doing all of this. And so there's a lot of support for Flores behind the scenes, particularly with Black coaches, because they know how some owners can go about interviews. And some people have told me, hey, I know I had a sham interview back in 2016. I know it. And the way the Rooney Rule is, you have to interview 2 external candidates. Flores was the second external candidate the Giants interviewed. So they're going to come out and say they did everything due diligence, but the proof in the Belichick text is sort of a smoking gun and saying, hey, they've already made a decision on Monday. Right. And we already know that Bill Belichick is close with John Mara, close with the Giants organization. He recommended them to hire Joe Judge a few years ago, and they listened. So this is a guy who would have intimate knowledge of that organization. And to get that text on Monday when you're interviewing on Thursday, I think that really sells home to the point that some of these interviews are just for show and it's just for a sham. So it's something where I think you're going to see more coaches jump on this wave. Like I've had people reach out to me wanting to see if they can get a part of the class action lawsuit and talk about their experiences, their receipts and discrimination. So that's going to be something for the league to have to deal with. But I think Flores has opened the door for coaches to talk publicly about their experiences and feeling slighted in the racial.
The only thing. Oh, wait a minute, we lost him. Hold on, wait a minute. Let us put some boom in it. See if we get Cam back. Don't you love the circles? It's going round. Yeah, and the wheels in the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. And the wheels in the bus go round and round. Well, hopefully we can get Cam back. The only thing I would say is to Cam is how many of the active coaches that are actively looking for jobs are going to join this lawsuit? Or is it going to be guys that are already out of the mix, already retired, already they know they have no shot at getting hired anymore in the league, and then they'll be part of that suit? See what I'm saying? And so that's where I think you run into that issue with, this lawsuit. And we'll see if let's bring Cam back on here and we'll ask him. Cam, the
Yeah,
only
my
question
apologies. This hotel
it's all,
Wi-Fi sucks.
it's all good, bro. It is what it is. That's how it happens. All right. So the question I would have for you. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. The question I would have for you is: do we they've called you about being part of this lawsuit? Okay, great. The only thing is, I don't know how many of the current coaches or coaches that are wanting jobs in the NFL, okay, and knowing the way college football is right now, the coaches are running scared from the college football. They want to go back to the NFL because this NIL crap and all that is scaring the crap out of guys. They don't even want to deal with kids anymore, so they want these jobs. So is it going to be those coaches that are going to join in this lawsuit, or is it going to be guys that are already retired, or guys that they know already they have no shot at getting hired in the league? Let's say a Hugh Jackson, who has been kind of bouncing around, and it seems like he's not going to get another gig again. He's had plenty of opportunities. I don't think he'll get a gig again. So you know what I'm saying? That it carries much more merit if it seems like it's coaches that are current right now, not from guys of the past and guys that may have an axe to grind and those kind of things. I think that's very important in this lawsuit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're going to see, and part of this is they're going to have to vet every coach who comes up and wants to be part of the lawsuit. And it's not going to be, hey, I felt that somebody discriminated against me. It's what's the evidence? Like we said, evidence is going to be a big part of it. You know, he says, she say, rarely wins. So, and that's part of the issue, because a lot of these coaches tell me their experiences and what they felt. But when you have actual receipts like Flores has, that's what makes things able to win in a quarter loss. So I think it's going to be up to who is brave enough and really willing to put their name on it. And it's not something that's easy. So that's why I wouldn't say I would never force a coach. Like I've talked to coaches about this all the time and asked them, hey, do you want to put your name on this? And I almost always get a no, because I want to work. You know, I know that this is messed up. I know this is a screwed up situation, but I like money and I want a job. And so I can't hate on somebody for that. So maybe this public support for Ryan Flores, maybe this pushes somebody out and say, hey, I'm willing to do it now. I'm willing to stand on that boat. You know, people didn't start kneeling until Colin Kaepernick did it. So sometimes you need that first person to come out before the waves start.
You love what you do?
Yeah, I do.
So do those coaches.
Exactly.
And when you're, put it this way, look at all the crap I've gone through the last couple of years with some other, but I did whatever I had to do to kind of keep this kind of lifestyle going, because I love doing this job. And so I created this platform to try to keep doing what I love to do. You know what I mean? And I can you and I can actually, we're one of the, we're less than 5% of the world that either drives home or walks into a studio, but gets to do what we love every single day. Most people go to a job they hate.
Right.
And those coaches, man, they're trying to save their asses because they're doing what they love. They don't want to go work in a job they hate, because we love this. If we're not doing this, we're probably going to hate whatever else we're doing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so you do whatever you have to do to kind of keep it going, man. Keep the dream going. You know what I mean? So
it's real.
I totally understand. Now, if this is true, that Ross did offer the $100K and Flo is able to prove it, does Ross is going to get removed?
I mean, it has to be a serious question, right? Because it's the integrity of the game. And you look at especially the NFL as they've come as a big part of this gambling venture. And you start to worry about, like, okay, how does this impact that element? And Ross was a big investor in that. So the one issue there is there's a high standard to have ownership removal from their place. We've seen with Dan Snyder, when Dan Snyder had all the accusations in Washington about the cheerleaders, about all the workplace mistreatment, everybody assumed that he would be, removed, and they just slapped him with I think a $10 million fine or something of that sort, which is like $100 for him, and kept it moving. So, I think there has to be a large amount of evidence for that to be a consideration. But we all know the importance of, having the clear mind that every team is trying to win.
The
like, and
integrity.
legitimately trying to win,
Yeah.
and bribing a coach, if that's what truly happened, to lose, that's something that I don't know how you can come back from that if that's proven.
Well, but here's the thing. Okay, so there's no doubt if this happened, they're going to remove Ross.
Mhm.
But then here's the other layers that I worry about. Okay, it's not the fans' fault. It's not the team's fault that Ross is an idiot and did this. So now the team's going to get stripped from, they're going to strip him of picks. And then do you just hand it over to Bruce Beal? Because he's the guy that that's his partner. So that's tied to Ross. How do we know that that wasn't Bruce's idea to, hey, why don't you try to tank? And what? So could the NFL, I see this is probably above your pay grade and mine, but could the NFL say, yeah, that transition to your partner? No. We're going to have an open bid for the Miami Dolphins, and we're going to seek the best owner that we feel is possible for the team. You'll get your money, just like the racist dude with the Clippers. You'll get your money. Get the hell out of here.
Right.
But we're going to make sure we pick the owner that becomes the owner of that Miami Dolphins team, not your partner. That's what I'm also concerned about. I'm concerned about what we're going to suffer as a team because obviously they're going to take picks away. That's going to happen automatically. But can we avoid that by taking him out and then Bruce Beal? You know what I mean? So
that's
what
definitely something
happens
to watch,
there?
especially if this is proven true. I mean, this doesn't seem like this is something that's going away. This will be something that'll linger throughout the whole offseason until this is, done. And the one thing that I'm hopeful of, especially as somebody who tries to advocate for Black and minority coaches, is that the NFL does its due diligence with investigation. I thought it was wild to see them put out a statement in an hour saying that, there's no merit to this. How can you investigate something in an hour and know for sure what's true and what's not?
Right.
So I don't know that everything that Flo's saying is true. He's saying that it is. I haven't seen all the evidence, so we will see. But I want to be able to see. I want to, go through the process. I don't want it.
That's why
the
if you would have
NFL
done it
or
right
teams
there and
saying
then,
it's done when we haven't, gone through the process. Give it its due justice. Don't try to sweep it under the rug because it's something you don't want to talk about.
that's why he should have done it right there and then 3 years ago. That right there and then, everybody stands behind him.
Yep.
Now it's just all his stupid doubt is in the way. I hope he has the proof. I hope he has the proof because that would be fantastic. You know what I mean? I don't know the race part. I don't know how you can prove any of that stuff, whatever. But and we know that problem's existed for 100 years. And the sad part is, I don't think this is going to do a damn thing to change any of it. To be honest,
diversity and ownership is the one thing that would change. And I don't know if we're any closer to that than we were 20 years ago.
Just look at the NBA and look at the NFL, and you'll see, 1950s and 2020s. That's all. It's what it is. The NFL is still the NFL from before the AFL. Okay? Remember, it took the AFL to tell the NFL, hey, Black people can play football. We got them on our guys. Here, come check it out in the AFL. So nothing's changed, dude. Nothing's changed. The NBA is the only league that is actually progressive, that actually treats the players like actual partners.
Right.
And that's the problem with the whole NFL plantation attitude type of thing that goes on. And that, the worst thing that happened to the NFL is the NBA, because the NBA actually treats people like human beings. They actually understand their players. They actually reach agreements with their players. They're in cahoots and everything. It's a real partnership, and it exposes the NFL every single year, and every single issue that ever comes up, the NBA handles it like a champ, and the NFL fumbles everything that it gets. And it doesn't matter if it's blacks, if it's gays, if it's women, if whatever it is, they screw up every single aspect of, I don't know, proper culture and behavior. It's just, it's unexplainable, dude. It really is how one league gets it and one league just absolutely doesn't. All right, man. What are you working on there on the NFL Network? I'm sure they're going to keep you busy since you're here in Miami.
I'm actually out in Vegas. I'm out here for Pro Bowl week, so I'm running on fumes. I've been up for like 20 hours, feels
Oh,
like
you're
trying
hanging out
to
with
work
you were
through.
so you're hanging out with John Elway.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I'm
got you.
hanging out
I
with
got
John.
you. You were hanging out, so that's why you're all disheveled. By the
So
way,
yeah, so I'm
I
out here
want to
today.
challenge that. I want to challenge that. He looks like a horse. He always looks disheveled. Have you seen John Elway?
Right,
That face always looks disheveled, man.
right.
All
Yeah,
right.
so yeah, I'm out here at Pro Bowl. I'm about to get up in a little bit and get ready for my day. I'm heading out to their skills challenge today, so I'm going to be out there talking on NFL Network about this Brian Flores deal on TV, and then talking about Pro Bowl as well for the next few days. So that will be my responsibility as days ahead. So
We should have sent you out with the little Edge energy drink out there so you can get a little boost and
right,
get ready. All right.
right.
Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf and catch him here on Friday. He'll be back. Hopefully not disheveled and not hanging out with John Elway. All right, baby. You be good, man. Be
That's the
safe.
goal, right? We'll see. We'll see if
All right.
if I make it.
You got it. Later. There you go. Cameron Wolf, baby, in our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins, and NFL report.
This has been the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolf. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to flpdjobs.com.
All right. You know what? Nizzle, early in the morning, Big O, I'm very sad to hear the news about Flo and Ross throwing games. How likely is it that Ross will be forced to sell the team? If it's true, I hope he's forced. He already sold the team or handing it off to Bruce Field. That's my point now. My point is that he should not be able to hand it off to his partner, because if he's guilty of this, his partner might be part of this. So you need to rid yourself of all of this. And if the Dolphins, if you are going to remove him, you need to find a new owner. Okay? Maybe Jorge Mas wants to buy the team. Maybe Mickey Harrison wants to buy the team. Maybe hey, how about our local billionaire? He may want to buy the team that's helping out the Canes. Okay, so maybe we do that. I want to go through some of the super chats that have happened because a whole bunch have come in, and I don't think I was able to read all of them. So I want to make sure I go through them. So I'm actually going through the chat board now. We've got, a crap ton of people on it, by the way. So I want to make sure I get to the super chats because you guys are always so committed, and I appreciate you. 855-912-1056 is the text line. That's another way to get in. Of course, Cash App and Venmo is another way you can make a donation. Cash Big O Show is the address. Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. Hunter Butler says Ross's successor is the same kind of guy. LOL. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why you cannot allow Ross to hand it off to Bruce. CRS Collectibles, thank you. He says, let the Ruiz family buy the team. Our local billionaire would be nice if we could get Ruiz to buy the team. He's crazy enough, and he is passionate enough. I'll tell you that. Let's see what else. Frankie Fresco says, Big O, does this give you a little different view of Flores in the same sense? Flo is an a-hole, but maybe he had a reason to be an a-hole. No, I think Flo is an a-hole anyways. How he handled the Kenny Stills thing, how he handled Minka, how he can't keep any coaches around. He's an a-hole. Let's not separate the two. And by the way, Frankie, thank you for the donation, and thank you for the super chat. That is very nice of you. But he's an a-hole regardless. Okay. And I'm going to say something that I've been saying for the last week and a half. You can go back and listen to the other podcast. Adrian Perez, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. There, I saw it. And I've been telling you this for the last week. Go back and check it out. All right. Jim Caldwell, Doug Peterson, and Brian Flores are getting what? What are they getting? Does anybody remember what I said? What are they getting? Token interviews. Did I not say that? Did I not say that Caldwell, Peterson, and Flo are getting token interviews. Nobody wants Caldwell because he's old and he had the health issues. So to hire him now is not a point that they want. They want to go younger. They want to go more modern. And I disagree. I love Caldwell. Peterson lost his football team. He's had a couple of interviews. It's agent driven. Hey, do me a favor, interview my guy. And Flo, it got around that he was a jerk and that he can't get along with people and he can't build a staff. Nobody was hiring him. So he may have been a quota. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I don't think any of those three guys, and I know two of them happen to be minority and the other one's white, but I'm telling you, those were all probably token interviews. None of those guys are going to end up getting hired probably. Out of all the jobs that were available. Why? I have no idea. Look, I'm not a Peterson guy. I'm not a Flo guy either. Caldwell, I can't explain. Caldwell, for me, is the best candidate that was available, period. The 67 years old thing, maybe it scared the crap out of people, and they think maybe 67 and the health issues, if he was 10 years younger, they'd take the chance. But now, whatever, they think they'll have to change a coach within a couple of years, so they don't want to go through that. Okay? So that's probably the issue there with that. Okay? Nico, thank you. He says, if Flores was still employed by Ross or Finns, none of this would have come to light. It's too many sour grapes now. Doesn't mean Ross didn't say it. Well, if Ross is guilty of paying 100 or offering 100K, that's going to cost him this team. All right? Why don't we do this? Let's talk to my man Jordan Schultz, the Schultz Report, baby. And obviously, he had some insight on the first Mike McDaniel interview with the Miami Dolphins, and we'll get his thoughts also on this Dolphin mess that we've got going on. Jordan Schultz joins us right now. How you doing, Jordan?
Big O, what's up, big dog?
How you doing, man? You doing all right?
Gotta get see my shot. Is everything all right? All right, that's not
no,
too bad.
Man, it's all good.
Let me put my
you got a Slayer shirt and everything going. I like it.
My Kobe shoes. Let me just make sure.
There you go. A little Kobe shoes. I like it.
Get these Apple phones out of here. That's a terrible shot. So So what do we talk? We talking Dolphins?
You think? We got the Dolphin Nation. They got crazy on you yesterday, and we'll get to the.
Hey, I love the passion. I love it.
Hey, well, we got plenty of passion and we got plenty of frustration bottled up after 25 years. All right, my brother. First of all, before we get to your story on what's going on with McDaniel and the coaching search, your thoughts on this entire mess right now. The Flores files this lawsuit, and apparently, the 100K thing. Look, I know there's been a race issue for 100 years in the NFL. We know that, and I don't know if this will fix it or not, but if he did offer the 100K and he says there are witnesses, this can get really, really ugly for the Miami Dolphin franchise.
Yeah, and it's no secret that tanking goes on in the NFL, and we've certainly been privy to that in the NBA as well. But if you're offering your head coach $100,000 to lose games, and there's proof of that, to your point, I don't know how you can possibly defend that if you're Stephen Ross. And I know that there's been rumors, or I guess evidence now, we're learning more about Hugh Jackson making a ton of money as well doing the same thing. But if you're Brian Flores and you were hired, and I've said he's the best coach they've had there this century, with respect to Dave Wanstead and Nick Saban. If you were hired to try and turn around this franchise, how sick are you that you have to deal on a weekly basis, not only with an owner who's telling you to lose games, but you know what, go out and take some vacations too, because that'll help generate such a negative buzz around our team, and the players will see that. That'll also bring us down. That's a terrible feeling to be in. It's certainly a terrible place to be in if you're a head coach, and it's completely indefensible if you're Stephen Ross. And I know Dolphins fans have become very frustrated with their owner. And somebody told me this, I saw this on Twitter as well, that when he took over the franchise in the early 2000s, it was considered one of the real premium franchise
Oh,
organizations.
we were royalty, bro.
Not just in the NFL, but in professional sports.
Listen, I'm born and raised in South Florida, born in Belglade, Florida. Okay, so I'm a freak. I'm a real Floridian. All right, so I've been here my whole life. I lived the Shula years in the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s. We were royalty, dude. We were royalty.
So is that fair to say then that when Ross bought the team that they were one of the premier organizations in sports?
Yeah, well, we were on a downside because Huizenga couldn't figure things out. But yeah, once he took over, we have become kind of a complete joke, actually. We've become the Bengals. Well, not anymore. The Bengals are way better now.
See, that's the point. These teams, when you build part of the here's what I'll say. The last thing I'll say about the whole tanking thing is, there's value in winning games, even if you don't get the best draft pick, because you're building a culture. And that word gets thrown around all the time in sports, for better or worse. But there is something to be said about building a culture, and whether you
hey, down the street, baby, it's called the Miami Heat.
Look at Pat Riley. Look at what he's done. Whether you like Mickey Harrison or not, it's the same thing. But in terms of Brian Flores, if you like Flo or if you didn't like him, at least he was trying to do something that he believed in and had his conviction in, and he didn't get that opportunity.
I'm with you there. So here's the one question I have, and I don't know if you know anything about this, Jordan, but if Ross is guilty, so the fans end up paying, they're going to take draft picks away, or do we get, or I don't care about the fine. They can, as long as if the owner's paying the fine, that's good for him, as long as it doesn't come out of the salary cap. Or do we get our wish and say, okay, so why are we going to penalize the team and the fans? No. Stephen Ross, you're out of here. And
that would be the best. That would be the best.
And wait a minute, hold on, I'm not done yet. He has already the team being transferred to his partner, Bruce Beal.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was Bruce's idea. Hey, Stephen, why don't you try to tank? So what I would do if I'm the NFL, I'm saying, listen, that transfer, that's not happening anymore. We're going to open it up. Yeah, Stephen, you'll get the money, but we're going to open it up to the best owner to buy the Miami Dolphins. And that's how it's going to go. It's going to go with an open bid, and we will. Is that possible? Because I don't want any part of anybody that is the partner of Stephen Ross.
Oh, I completely agree. Is it possible? Yes, but I think it's so early, and the NFL has to figure out how much, and the lawyers are going to have to figure out how much actual evidence do we have here, because text messages like the Belichick text messages, you saw that firsthand, and Brian Flores is willing to go the distance here. He's clearly willing to be blackballed, and he's putting his coaching career on the line, so he's willing to go all the way, which leads me to believe there's a lot there. And I would say it is possible that the league could ultimately remove Stephen Ross, but you have to understand that Roger Goodell is in his own world here, just a few blocks away from me in New York, and he's gonna. In his mind, removing an owner is not a positive thing. That's like a last resort. But I think it is possible, especially to your point. And it's almost like in college football where a terrible coach comes in and commits all these violations, gets fired and leaves, and then the next generation of players have to pay the price, and it's super unfair. And I really hope that's not the case with the Dolphins.
Yeah, because they're gonna end up finding the Dolphins and stripping them of picks, and it's like, well, wait a minute, man, why are you gonna do that? That's not us. Make him sell it. Get his ass out of here. Go get a real owner, and that's it. We got guys.
I completely agree with you, and that would be the dream scenario and the one silver lining for this entire situation.
All right, so we stirred it up. And by the way, I want to say something. I want to apologize because I contributed to the confusion, because I'm reading your texts and you're giving us the information of McDaniel talking to the Dolphins, and it was from the first interview. But I'm reading it on a Tuesday or a Monday, whatever it was, thinking that it was that day, like, oh, they met, and it's really they're meeting tomorrow. But your information was from it clearly says in the text, it doesn't have any date or anything. It's just telling you information on their meeting, and obviously their only meeting was the first meeting. So
I appreciate that, but that's also on me for not being more clear. I should have been more clear. So I appreciate you, but I'll take responsibility for not for not making it abundantly clear. But yeah, so here's what I do know. Here's what I have heard. McDaniel is incredible in a one-on-one situation. So that's why Thursday is really exciting. He's funny. He bridges the gap between analytics and also the human side under the helmet. And I've talked to a couple Niners players about what are you getting potentially with Mike McDaniel? And they said, the guy's 39, but he's kind of like this old school football mind that bridges the analytics. What I mean by that is he's been in the league 15 years. He understands the day-to-day operations of a team. He worked his way up. But he also is like this super smart, Yale-educated football genius, kind of in that like Sean McVay mold, where he's fun and he relates to the players. So you're getting a lot of different dynamics with a head coach in Mike McDaniel. Now, I don't know, in full disclosure, I haven't talked to anybody inside the organization about how the Brian Flores lawsuit over the last 24 hours could potentially impact Mike McDaniel. Would that impact him wanting the job? I don't know the answer to that. But I will say that this is a guy to me that should be the next head coach of the Dolphins and brings a tremendous amount to the table.
All right. So, and talk to us a little bit about what was said in that meeting that you heard. Yes.
Yeah.
On the only interview that's gone on. Let's go.
Yeah. So here's what I was told. He did three things really well. One was he sold an offense that he believes he can win with Tua, which is a quicker passing game. And what I mean by that is more up-tempo, more speed. And that's something that I think Tua can operate. At least I want to believe he can. Yeah. Secondly, a more innovative, dynamic running game. We saw him have tremendous success in San Francisco with that. This year we saw Elijah Mitchell break the all-time Niners rookie record, almost 1,000 yards, a 6th-round pick. And that's something that he learned with Kyle Shanahan and developed. He wants to bring that to Miami. And then thirdly, the point I made earlier, which is like, with Mike McDaniel is he's someone that because he's so fresh in the head coaching ranks, he's never been a head coach. But because he's also had those 15 years and he's developed these relationships, I don't think he's going to make those same mistakes that, for example, Josh McDaniels made in Denver 10 years ago when he was also a young coach. I think Mike McDaniel is someone that will be able to, and this was my interpretation of the information I received, he was able to say, look, I'm going to delegate. I'm willing to put my ego aside and understand that there are other great coaches that I need to hire and put together a staff. And that's something that I think, frankly, the Dolphins haven't had, a great staff that communicates. And I think McDaniel will do all of those things. So it was those 3 points, the running game, the up-tempo, and delegating and really putting together a good staff that I think is endearing himself to Miami. And that's what's so important on Thursday, to continue selling that.
Everything I see from his videos, the one thing also that, Flo, I think, had problems connecting with people and communicating. Yeah. So did Adam Gase actually invented social distancing before the pandemic even started, actually. Yeah. Because he was like, there was nobody around him ever on a bench or on the sideline. Nobody ever wanted to be around him. So we have to really, attribute social distancing to Adam Gase. He really is the innovator in that. Not in offense. He was
ahead of his time.
But yes, he was not in offense, but in social distancing, Adam Gase is the god of all of that. So and I think Josh McDaniel, that was his problem too. And I love that he admitted it the other day when he talked about, hey, I wasn't ready to deal with people and all those kind of things. And by the way, I have my theory on that. Belichick keeps all of his assistants inside a cave.
Yeah.
They never deal with the media. They never deal with the public.
Which is why you think the coaching tree is not successful.
Well,
on
the social side, it's not. They're not sociable people every time they come out of that cave.
Yeah.
They're ogres and they're carrying a club, and it's like they're all animals.
Yeah, and that's
Matt Patricia would show up to a press conference with a bird's nest on his face.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you're absolutely right. I actually had never put the Belichick thing together. You're right. But that's what I had reported earlier in the week with Josh McDaniels was and I'm glad he went out and said it to really take responsibility, was he wasn't ready for that. And is he ready now? I don't know. I think
we'll find out.
I think so. And I think having Dave Ziegler there will help. But in terms of your guy, potentially Mike McDaniel, he doesn't strike me at all as that Belichick camp. He's like the new school. You see Zach Taylor, you see McVay, these guys have had tremendous success because they are sociable, they are fun, they understand how to connect with players, and they're going to win games.
Yeah. He's kind of hip, he's kind of a
Mike Jones.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a fun guy. I like him a lot. I'm telling you, I think he'd be a great hire for Miami, and I really hope the last 24 hours doesn't sour him, not the Dolphins. Doesn't sour him.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing. I've hated the human Jenga that they've played over the years of keeping one and adding another. I like adding the general manager and then him add everything. But in this case, after going through the struggles with Philbin and Flo that they couldn't build staffs because they were stuck in the same place for 16 years, I love the coaches that have been fired and hired all over the place because that's how they've built up a strong contact list throughout that time because they've been in all kinds of systems and all that. The guys like Philbin and Flo that are stuck in the same place for 16 years, they don't get to know the same amount of people and systems and all that. So since it's hard for young guys to build systems, I like that they have the defensive staff in place.
Yeah.
And Flo wasn't talking to his staff practically after Thanksgiving. No. So actually the front office got a chance to see that coaching staff coach up the players.
They did very well. They won 7 straight.
Right,
I mean, they were rolling. And I will say this about the Dolphins, young talent. Those three, well, they had 4 really good picks, but Phillips, Holland, and Waddle. I mean, you're talking about 3 home runs right there. Building blocks. And I just think McDaniel would be able to maximize a lot of that, especially offensively with Waddle.
Are you hearing this that it's McDaniel, right? Because I heard it was Dable 1 and then McDaniel 2 that's kind of
I always reported Daboll was likely to go to the Giants those last few days. I never really bought into the Daboll Miami thing. I thought Daboll was the Giants, and I think as time has progressed here this last week that McDaniel over Kellen Moore. But also, I'm not so sure that Jerry's going to let Kellen Moore go. And I like Kellen Moore a lot. I know Cowboys fans are mixed on him. Another young guy who's had a lot of experience calling plays, former quarterback. But
he does not have the personality of Mike McDaniel.
No, he doesn't. Not even close. Not even close. Kellen Moore is like a low key kind of and that's fine. But I don't think that's what Miami needs. I think they need a fresh, kind of guy like McDaniel. And I was told that, what his plans are with Jalen Waddle, I don't want to say he's going to replicate what he did with Devo because they're a different player, different size, but some of the same dynamic skill sets, just finding different innovative ways to get Jalen Waddle the ball, I think is very appetizing.
And we have 5 Dolphin riders that are exclusive to our show. And just for their sake, I want Mike McDaniel because they've had to put up with Flo, who says absolutely nothing for 3 years. Those poor guys have suffered, man. So
Flo's not the best interview.
No, he's the worst interview, bro.
What was Gase like? Gase wasn't much better.
Well, but Gase at least was a smart ass.
Okay, so you had some fun,
Right. So some fire would come out every once in a while and you get at least a little. With Flo, it was like you were interviewing a wall. Like no matter what was going on, the wall was still there no matter what. It was just.
You just need to look at one Mike McDaniel press conference and you're like, this guy, he's got some juice.
Right. Exactly. He's got the juice. There's no doubt about it. Jordan, thanks for taking some time, my brother. What are you working on, man? So folks can check you out at the Schultz_report.
I appreciate that. Actually tonight I'm going to have Des Bryant on at 5 on my Instagram to talk about. He's got a big NFT drop coming on, and I'm excited about it. It should be fun. Des is a good interview. I'll tell you that. He's always fun. So
well, right above you see that logo. We're broadcasting live from the OK Coin Studios. So we're big crypto guys here.
I see that. I'm fired up. I love it.
So I'm I do crypto segments here and everything. So yes, it's NFT. I got to get better at NFTs. I am not.
That's the future, my man. And I know. I don't know much about it, but
I don't know. I don't know. My problem is I don't know which ones to buy, which ones are going to be valuable. I can tell you anything and everything about Ethereum and Polygon and Bitcoin and Avalanche, and I could talk crypto all freaking day.
But not the non-fungibles.
I'm not there, dude. I'm afraid because I don't know what to invest in, and I don't know what's going to go up, what's going to go down. So
I'm going to tell you one thing to check out. I don't even know if are we short on time? I'm going to tell you really quick.
Are you going to tell me crypto chicks now?
No. Look up this new company. I just became privy to this. ZED, Zed Run. It's an Australian company. It's digital horse racing. Digital horse racing. I'm a big animal guy. I rescue animals. That's my other side.
Well, we've adopted 5 dogs.
So that's fantastic. I got 4 right here and a cat and tons of wild animals and crazy. I can't support horse racing because, but the digital horse racing. And I love that you adopted 5. I didn't know you were a dog guy.
I do. Yeah, we've adopted 5 dogs. And my daughter adopted 2. What's it called? I do have 1 NFT because I'm invested in Star Atlas.
Okay.
You can get it on OKCoin right now. It's at a real nice dip at 5 cents. Yeah. And Star Atlas won't kick in till about a year from now. So I have one of their ships. But it's really interesting because you buy these ships and you can, sail around the universe and do all kinds of things. But if you get in a fight with somebody and they destroy you, your NFT gets destroyed.
So you lose it. You can't get it back.
It's like a $1,000 NFT. You lose your $1,000 NFT. Yeah, and the NFT might go up to $3,000, $5,000, $30,000. Who knows? And when it gets destroyed, they give you 20 smaller NFTs that are worth a lot less. But you get
I can't. You know what? That's pretty cool. I gotta say, I like that.
Star Atlas. Check it out. You can only get it on OKCoin. And right now, I'm not a financial advisor, just a guy who loves crypto, but it is at a great value right now.
All right, I'm on it. I'm going to spend some time today investigating Star Atlas. Thank you.
If you're going to go on OKCoin, I'll send you the link so you can get some free Bitcoin. If you don't have any,
that'd be great.
I'll send you. So at least you get free Bitcoin while you're at it. Okay.
Thank you, all brother. Right? And hope to come on again soon. And Dolphins fans, appreciate you as always.
Always. I'll be in Vegas for the draft. I don't know if you're going out to the draft in Vegas.
Yeah, probably. Okay. Yeah, maybe.
All right. Drinks on me. All right, baby. Appreciate
Thanks, brother. Peace.
Thank you. You got it. There you go. Jordan Schultz, baby. The Schultz Report. Schultz_report. I can't wait to get back on the road. Seriously. I need a little REO Speedway. I'm back on the road again. Can't wait to get back on the road and talk to all kinds of folks and get back to doing my thing, man. I'm telling you, it's been kind of frustrating that I haven't done the road stuff nearly as much as I used to. By the way, there was a Dougie Fresh one. Oh God, it disappeared. It was something about the Hall of Fame there, Dougie Fresh. I saw it. Let me see if I can find it again here. I saw it, man, is that there's a lot of people on, and there's a lot of chatting going on, and thank you all out there. Dougie Fresh on the Super Chat. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominees for 2022 include Dolly Parton's, Eminem, Duran Duran, Lionel Richie, and Beck, since it's a slow day for Finn's News. Thank you, Dougie Fresh. I appreciate you. By the way, I am prepared. Okay. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I would put in Devo, Priest, Carly Simon, Pat Benatar, Eminem, and Dolly Parton. I think the Eurythmics also belong in there. But if you want to limit me to those 6, there you go. If you give me a 7th, I'm going Eurythmics. Those are the ones that I would put into the Hall of Fame. Devo has to be in the Hall of Fame. Judas Priest should have been in the Hall of Fame already, just like the Scorpions and Iron Maiden. I don't know why they're not in there. Carly Simon has one of the greatest voices of all time. Pat Benatar and Neil Girardo are just absolute monsters. They have written tons of hits. They have sold millions and millions of records. Pat Benatar should have been in the Hall of Fame already. Eminem is one of the greatest of all time. Obviously a Hall of Famer. And Dolly Parton's, how are they not already in the Hall of Fame? Those things are Hall of Fame-ish. And the voice too. Anyway, so there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's take a really quick break because we got to turn our attention to hour number 4 now on the program. All right, and that is next.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The views and statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, hope you all are doing well. Let's see what we got going on here. Joseph Blasetti, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, I just wish Flores would have spoke about both issues with Ross 3 years ago. That's what I said. That's what I said earlier on the program in the first when I opened up at 8:40 in the morning. That's what I was talking about. That Flo had to do this 3 years ago. That way it doesn't look like sour grapes right now. And let me tell you something. I pretty much believe Flo that Ross offered him $100,000 per loss. I mean, come on, guys. He celebrated the Gators at the stadium. He went to go get Harbaugh when he had Sperano in place. The guy does all kinds of stupid things. That's been his MO, unfortunately. I know he's a nice man. I know he means well. I know he does good things for the community. He's built up that stadium. He saved the tennis tournament, bringing in an F1 race. What's it called? A new practice facility. I mean, he enhances our community in that sense. So he's good for that. But he makes really stupid decisions when it comes to the football team. And if he did this, which I believe he did it, man. I mean, there's a 99% chance I believe that happened. It's so wild. There's no way. And if Flo says Greer and others, as Cam mentioned, that not just Greer, there were others present. Oh my God. It's over. It's over. Now, sometimes you got to go through hell before you get to heaven. Okay? Sean Stanley and myself have been through hell the last, well, what is it, about 2 years, Sean? Year and a half, 3 years? It's been 3. Really, dude? It's taken 3 years of our lives? Okay, I didn't even realize that it's been 3 years. Okay, so for 3 years of our lives have kind of been ruined by certain people. And now, ask Sean, ask me, and we're in heaven. We feel good about what we're doing now. It's fun what we're doing now. We love what all of you are doing and supporting us and helping us grow. Sponsors, viewers, downloads, everything that we're doing. It's awesome. It's fantastic. You know, it's the most satisfying thing I've ever done in my life, that Sean and I can stand on our own. We don't need a radio station. We don't need a television station. We don't need any kind of outlet to help us. We are our own outlet. You know, most satisfying thing in the world. All right. But I got to tell you, maybe that's what it is. Maybe we need to go through this hell to get rid of Ross to get a real owner, to get an owner like that can really lift this team up and do the. We need an owner like Mickey Arison. That's what we need. We need Mickey Arison. We need Vinny Viola, Doug Sifu. Those are proven already, right? Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu took over that team, and they already had talent, and they had Dale Talon, and they left Dale Talon in place, but then they figured out, nope, we got to get better than that, and look where they're at now. And Mickey Arison, I don't even need to say one damn word about Mickey Arison for 25 years now, being an owner of the Miami Heat. I don't need to make anything. I have to explain it to you a little bit on the hockey side, how good Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu are, but that's what the Dolphins need. Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu have never owned a hockey team, and Mickey Arison never owned a basketball team. I don't know, but they figured it out. That's what we need. We need an owner that can own the Dolphins and actually figure it out. Not get us into one mess after another. So if we've got to go through hell before we get to heaven, as the song says, then let's go, baby. I'll deal with the burns. I've been dealing with the burns for 25 years. So there's a part of me that's praying that Flo does have evidence, because you and I know if Flo doesn't have evidence and nobody can corroborate that story, it's a he said, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Ross will get a slap on the hand, and we're stuck with Ross, and then we're stuck with his partner. And like some of you have said, oh, now I'm convinced I'll never see a championship. Well, guess what? If you stick me with this guy, then yeah, that's probably what it's going to feel like for a lot of people. So the NFL has got to do right by the Miami Dolphins fan. And it's not a matter of stripping us of picks, because we're not going to learn a lesson because we don't own the team and we don't mishandle the team. It's the owner. So get rid of the owner. So that way you, the league, won't have those issues, and us as fans, we won't have those problems. No more bullygate, no more crap going on, and certainly no more, I'll pay you $100,000 to lose. Joseph Placetti says, I just wish Spo would have spoken about this issue with Ross 3 years ago. Correct. Mike Who, thank you for the love in the super chat. Yo, Big O, have you seen Flores' in-person interview with CBS? Let me know. I saw it. I saw that one. I saw the CNN and what is it? No, CNN and ESPN. That's what I saw. Yeah, so there nothing different was said on either interview. I saw all the interviews. If Ross did this, Joseph Blassetti says, and thank you for the love, Joseph. If Ross did this, we could lose draft picks, but if Ross loses the team, it could be a good thing long term. That's what I just said. Exactly. Let's go through hell before we get to heaven. If this means that we're getting rid of Stephen Ross so we don't have to put up with stupid crap like this, then let's do it. Okay? Because if Stephen Ross did offer $100,000 for a loss, he is despicable. That means you're so pathetic that you have no confidence, that you don't know how to build a franchise to win, that you have to do the easy thing and try to be a loser. It's easy to lose. It's easy to quit. It's easy not to try. You know what takes character? Effort. You know what takes character? Determination. You know what takes character? Overcoming failure. And there's nothing wrong with that. All of us overcome failure. You don't start riding perfectly, you practice. You don't ride a bicycle right off the bat, you practice. You don't get on a pair of skis and start skiing all over the place, you practice. You don't become a great salesperson right off the shot, you practice. You don't become a politician right from the get-go, you practice. Everything takes failure. You're not going to be a very good teacher on your first week. But man, year 10 can't be compared. You'll never be the same cop you are the first month on the job like you are in year 5 and in year 15. Because you've seen everything, been through everything, you can handle everything, you're calmer, you're more in control. That's just life. So character is part of failing. That builds character. Michael Jordan got cut from his basketball team. That's what built the character. The greatest people in the world that have succeeded in anything in life, like Bill Gates or anything else, it all started with failure, bro. And Jeff Bezos started with failure at one point or another, telling them you can't do it. Nick Perdomo, one of our great sponsors here on the program, Nick started inside an effing garage in his house. You think he didn't struggle? You didn't think he struggled making cigars early on and probably screwing it up? And now what? Now he's one of the best cigar makers in the damn world, dude. Because Nick Perdomo wasn't the cigar maker he was the first month on the job than he is now. Now he's elite. Now he's one of the greatest of all time. Part of failure, man. It's all part of failure. And if you're afraid to fail, you can't handle success. Anyone that is afraid to fail is not the kind of person that I want to be associated with. Because that's what builds character. Not that you want to do it, but that's part of life. You're not the same parent the first couple of months on the job or the first year or two than you are 5, 10, 15 years down the line, your second, your third, your fourth kid. You're going to be a better parent. May not be able to control all your kids, but that's kind of part of life as a parent, right? Some of it is out of your control. So if he did this, it's as disgusting as it gets. It just is. Adrian Perez, thank you. He says the problem also lies with the NFL and the draft process. Don't incentivize losing. Well, I mean, no, that's not true. Adrian, if you're tempted to cheat, that's not the NFL's problem. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody else is playing the game the right way. You win, you win. You lose, you lose. You know, like the last game of the season, the Miami Heat, all they had to do was lose to the Toronto Raptors, I believe, or the Orlando Magic. No, the Orlando Magic. I'm sorry. All they had to do was lose to the Orlando Magic, and they would end up with the pick ahead of the Toronto Raptors. And Pat Riley would have none of that. They won the game, and they ended up picking fifth, but they ended up with Dwayne Wade anyway. And they would have taken Bosch because that's probably what Riley wanted. And Bosch went number 4, and Wade went 5. So, and Riley won the game. He coached to win the game because that he's not afraid to fail, and he's going to watch Allen Houston's shot go in, and he's going to lose to the Celtics, and he's going to lose to the Lakers in the bubble. And I mean, even though he's not the coach, he's the president. But my point is, it's part of failure, man. That's the beauty of being a Heat fan, that we've lived through the Allen Houston shot, that we have to deal with losing to the Lakers because 2 of our guys ended up getting injured. These are the things that we have to live with, but we also live with 3 titles. We also live with several trips to the championship. We also live with a team right now that's one of the best in the NBA. That's the difference between the Miami Heat and the Miami Dolphins. When you're a scared little child that you have to try to rig things, unlike a team that puts their big boy pants on every single day, like the Panthers and the Miami Heat. And wow, the results are different, aren't they? Huh? Because the Panthers go through their trials and tribulations, but they don't go through a whole bunch of, clown show acts. The Heat, they've had their heartbreaks. We've had to deal with Tim Hardaway breaking down at the end of the year, Alonzo Mourning going out with a kidney ailment, right? We've had to deal with that. We've had to deal with the end of the 2007 run when those guys came back the next year completely out of shape after winning the championship. We've had our ups and downs. We've had some bad moments, but they keep trying to win there. That's the difference. Here's Stephen Ross, pathetic, trying to lose. So it's not about incentivizing anybody to lose. It's about having character and determination. And everybody else in the NFL has it except Stephen Ross, apparently. Victor Huertas. Big O, if Ross did do this, who's to say it's the first time he did this? You're right, Vic. I have no idea, but at least all we need is this one time. All right, Vic? I don't think we need anything else. Oh. Mike Who says, and thank you for the love on the super chat, do you think this lawsuit was getting built up mid-season? Maybe it's part of the reason why he stopped talking to his staff and players. Mike, you could be 1,000% right, my friend. I can't answer any of this right now because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I just that's one that I cannot answer. I don't have the goods on it, but I will tell you this. I can't say, oh no, impossible. This just came about now. No, you're right. Maybe he was working on this the whole time. Halfway through the season or whatever. None of us will ever know. Or maybe we will. Maybe we'll find out. If this thing goes to court, man, we are going to find out all the dirt. And if this thing gets settled, I don't think Flo wants to settle this case. And Flo shouldn't. I hope he doesn't settle this case. Because by settling, you're going to give the NFL and the Miami Dolphins and Stephen Ross specifically an out on hiding things. So if you're B-Flo or Cam Flo, you need to go all out. I mean, you're done already. You'll never coach again in the NFL. You're done. Okay? It's over. I mean, you even exposed Bill Belichick's text, which that's just, you ruined it with Bill Belichick too. You know what I mean? because now you made Bill Belichick look like a complete a-hole. Like, the Giants are like, come on, Bill, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, I'm sure somebody's going, who talked to Bill or whatever, because, wow, that really – and old people using technology. I mean, I've done it. I've sent the wrong text to someone. Oh, hey, yo, my bad. I'm sorry. We've all done it. Everybody does it. So that is very possible. I know some of you are coming up with all kinds of conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. I don't believe there's any conspiracy there. I think it's just an old man that screwed up and is not great with technology, and he got burned doing something that a lot of us have gotten burned doing, because we have people with similar names, same names, and we send one person the text when we thought it was somebody else, and that's it. You just hope it's not an embarrassing one. But I don't want any settlements. No settlements. I want if Cam Flo has the goods and he has the proof, you need to bring Stephen Ross and the NFL to their knees. Okay? Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo, by the way. Eric Echavarria, like Rocky, right? Echavarria. What's with all this woke nonsense? All teams tamper all the times. Agents know the teams and money before a current team lets them go. If Ross didn't tamper, he sets us behind Flo, showing us his ego. Listen, man, I understand what you're saying in some sense, but not in the tampering of trying to force losses. And that's not something that you should be doing at all. And if you're doing it, it's pretty despicable. That's something for fans to talk about, and maybe media members that, want to get in the silly story of it. But if you're actually doing it, it's pretty despicable. So it doesn't make it right. So you and I, Eric, are going to disagree on this one. If Ross is doing it, I don't want that guy as my owner. I told you, I want a Vinny Viola and a Doug Sifu. I want a Mickey Arison as my owner. Those are the kind of owners I want. I don't know about you, but those are the kind of owners I want. Tyson Tatum Experience, TTE. Big first time live listening. Love your show. Heat, Dolphins, Canes, Marlins fans from the Turks and Caicos Island. Live in Miami for 33 years. Well, thank you, my friend, out there in Turks and Caicos. When I grow up, I want to be like you. Okay? Turks and Caicos is a beautiful place, man. Thank you, sir. Yes, you will get it all here. Marlins, Dolphins, Canes. By the way, please, Major League Baseball and players, come to an agreement, man. I know you're not close to an agreement right now. Please come to an agreement. I want a little baseball. Okay, I'd like to cover the Marlins a little bit, talk some Marlins. I'd like to be down at Marlins Stadium doing some shows. We will be if we can. If they want us there, we will be more than glad to. We want to talk Marlins, Panthers, Canes, Dolphins, Heat, FIU, FAU, Inter Miami, you name it, man. Him or she. Miami Beach FC, Miami FC, you name it, all the local teams. Alan D, thank you, sir, for the love in the super chat. He says, my issue with Flo now being labeled the hero or champion of minority rights after what he did to Stills. He may be a victim, but I still would sue my former employer in a heartbeat too for generational wealth. Now, Alan, I'm glad you brought that up, because let's get into some meat of the matter now, folks. Okay? Let's delve into a little bit of the touchy stuff. All right? Which I'm talking about the race issue. Okay, race issue. Oh, dude, it exists big time in the NFL. It's been there forever. You see the lack of ownership, the lack of general managers, the lack of head coaches. The players dominate. We know it exists. Now, I've been the guy that has said Colin Kaepernick is not a good leader for any kind of cause, because that coward really didn't want to be a quarterback. Okay? See, because if that coward really wanted to be a quarterback, like Warren Moon, Jeff Garcia, Joe Theismann, Doug Flutie, Ricky Williams, Cam Wake, Mark Dixon, all these players and many more were told, you're not good enough. Out of here. They said, no, we're good enough. We're going to go to the CFL and prove it. And then they played and they bought themselves back. So the moment that Kaepernick lost his job in San Francisco, instead of pouting like a little bitch and making all kinds of claims that really much aren't true because you were never really a good quarterback. You just had a nice little run like Nick Foles. Doesn't make you a good quarterback, dude. Okay? Just like Trent Dilfer had a nice little run and all that. Doesn't make him a good quarterback. You were never a good quarterback ever. But if you thought you were like Warren Moon, but if you thought you were like Joe Theismann, you would have gone to Canada. But of course, you're not really, as tough as you think you are, like Warren Moon, like Jeff Garcia, like Cam Wake. Those are people with balls. Those are people that said, no, you're not stopping me from living my dream. I'm going to go and I'm going to force you to sign me. You could have done that, but you didn't. So you cried. So I know there's all kinds of people being mistreated out there. Kaepernick is a terrible example of that. Okay? As for Flo, I know that Eric Bieniemy is not being treated fairly. Okay? I get it. It took Marvin Lewis forever to finally get his job with Cincinnati. Took Tony Dungy forever to finally get his job. Okay? So I understand that the problems are enormous. But Brian Flores is a crappy example of that. Because he treated Kenny Stills like shit. And he did it in front of his teammates. And thoroughly embarrassing him with the Jay-Z music. Okay? So if you're so much into race relations, the last thing you may want to do is embarrass someone of your own in front of everybody else. How about being the bigger man? Because Don Shula's not going to be doing that. Mike Tomlin's not going to be doing that. Mike Holmgren's not going to be doing that. Andy Reid's not going to be doing that. Tony Dungy's not going to be doing that. Tom Flores is not going to be doing that. Ron Rivera will not be doing stuff like that. But B-Flo did. Right? And then he couldn't get along with Minka, and he couldn't get along. He couldn't keep offensive coordinators, offensive line coaches, and he had differences with all kinds of people in that organization. So he has terrible people skills. Okay? And as I've said throughout the last week and a half, Doug Peterson, Jim Caldwell, and Brian Flores, even before all of this broke, were getting nothing but token interviews. Nobody's hiring Doug Peterson. Nobody's hiring Jim Caldwell. And nobody was hiring Brian Flores. The Giants. They interviewed Leslie Frazier twice. So they did interview another minority candidate. I know he was the second. Now, let me ask you something. I hate to tell you this, but in life, when you're hiring people and you know the person you like, you already know. I know because I've been a boss and I've done it myself. I've interviewed a couple of people knowing that it was pretty hard for them to pass a certain candidate that I already liked. So the bar was raised and I'm like, okay, you're next, but, let's see what you got. But, I've done it myself. Like I knew the person that I was interviewing had no shot at the job because the person I found that was like, okay, yeah, they're more than qualified. I know I have 2 more interviews scheduled and I'll go through them, but they probably have no shot. That's life. And you're not thinking of sex or color or religion or any of that. None of that. You're thinking of, I found the person I want. So that happens. Now, in Flores' case, I truly believe, just me now, it already got around that he was a horse's ass and that he can't get along with people and he can't build a staff. I don't believe he was ever going to get hired. I believe he was a token interview for the Giants. I believe Denver was never hiring him either. But you know what they also do with those? they use them as references because if you are impressive, now they make a note and they say, I really like that Brian Flores. The next time around, that might be a guy we consider. And that's what they're doing with some of those interviews also. Even though they may like a specific candidate out of the guys they've interviewed, and they're going to interview a couple of other guys left, and they've already decided, like, yeah, that's our lead candidate, like Flores was for the Dolphins a couple of years ago when Greer was hiring him, right? He felt Flores was a guy, but I'm sure he was interviewing other people, but he liked Brian Flores better. It's normal. It's just normal. Anyone that's gone through this kind of process as a boss, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Because you'll set up several interviews because you're looking for a position. But you don't go canceling the other interviews after you found the person you like. Ask anybody that's been through that process. You don't go calling the other, hey, I found my person. No. You don't do that. You try to find out what they are, because then you'll put a star on that application and you'll say, I like the person I'm hiring, but this person is pretty good. Just in case it doesn't work out, this will be my fallback plan. That's what happens in these processes. Now, remember, I'm telling you, there's an obvious race issue in football. There's always been that for 100 years. There's no doubt about it. But in Brian Flores' case, I think he wasn't getting hired because he was already kind of labeled the difficult person to get along with, the guy that couldn't build a staff in Miami. You know what I mean? So he wasn't going to get the job anyway. To me, that's what happened in this situation with Brian Flores. All right. Frankie says, Big O, don't you think Flo is also kind of sour and a hypocrite, especially since he was part of the Patriot scandals in reference to the allegations? Well, Frankie, this is why I say that he had to do this 3 years ago when he was offered to lose games. That's when he had to stand up and say, oh, no. I'm not having any of this. This is not what I signed up for. I'm sorry. I have to go public with this. This cannot go on. You guys are setting me up for failure. This is a disgrace. You're now putting me in a position that I cannot win, because now I'm not going to accept your offer. So how am I going to be able to work with you from here on out? So I know it takes a lot of balls, but if Flo is Mr. Integrity, okay, then at that moment is when you expose everything. And by the way, if you do that, then you don't have to expose Belichick, because none of that stuff happens. You're only exposing Ross. You're only exposing the offer to lose. And everyone around the league would respect you for this, because you trashed the owner. Now, you may not get a job from some teams with some owners, but there might be some owners that say, no, I'm going to take that guy. He wants to win. I'll give him a chance. Now, you'll never get a chance, because now, like Frankie, what you're saying, it might look like sour grapes. It might look hypocritical. So that's where this becomes that much more difficult for Flo to kind of overcome, in other words. But if he does it 3 years ago, it's a whole different ballgame, and he's looked at completely different. Now, you just got to have the proof, man. The proof has to come forward. It cannot be he said. If somehow or another the people that he says were there don't back him up and they back the owner up, he's done. It won't help. It won't go anywhere. Sucks. Let's see what else. There's only 32 head coaching jobs. I think someone will take the job. I hope it's McDaniel. We shall see. Michael Loretta says he wasn't set up for failure. He was set up for success, and he didn't want to take it. Nah, when they tell you to lose, you're not set up for failure, for success. Once they tell you they're paying you to lose, you're now staining your resume. You're now doing things that are going to make you look bad so you can lose. It's not a good thing, dude. That's not it's not the right thing to 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 do to any employee, to put them in that position. D Mouse says, everyone listen, black, white, Hispanic, etc. Our issues is not with each other. It's with the top who makes all the decisions and keeps us fighting each other. The division, equal money. Oh, listen, the problem is the people above, we got to make sure that those people, there's more diversity up there. And that's the problem. In the NBA, there's diversity. In the NFL, there's no diversity. George says Flores looks awful now, coming with this integrity speech. Why he kept coaching for Ross. So, Big O, are we going to keep this 100, or now Flores is clever, great coach with excellent communication skills? Jorge, have you been listening to the show, or are you just running your mouth? I'm not exactly sure. So, do you just pop on to a board and you just join the show right now, and you weren't listening for the last 2 hours and a half that we've been on, and you haven't heard me talk about this? So now you assume what's not being talked about. Am I reading it right now? Okay. You're more than welcome, George, to chime in on the chat board and say, dude, my apologies, I'm an idiot. And then we'll accept it. Just, I'd love to see that at least. Hey, I'm an idiot. I didn't bother to check back and see what you've talked about and all that stuff and everything that you've mentioned. So you're more than welcome, George, to chime in and just say, apologies, I'm a moron. I'm running my mouth and I didn't listen to the show. Because, of course, I'm crediting Flo with everything. The carajo, really. Sometimes it's really amazing, some of you. Thomas Jensen, you're another jackass, too. You were also running your mouth earlier also about it. With the whole thing about Flo. If it's he said, it doesn't mean anything, And that's exactly what I said in the opening segment. That didn't slip me either, Thomas Jensen. You also said it. So listen, don't assume anything. Okay? If you just join the show, don't assume what I've already talked about or haven't talked about. You might be better off asking, hey, I'm not sure. Did you talk about this? Because I have a problem with this. And then I would tell you, George, yes, I agree with you. I talked about it. It was in the past. Don't assume. That's not going to help, Thomas or George. This is a different kind of show, bro. It's a different kind of show. If you think you're just going to throw a comment out there like that irresponsibly and you think, the host will let it slide, no, I'm not letting it slide. If I catch you, I crush you. Okay? So, let's go. I just find it funny. He was so put off on how the Texans treated Cully, but he interviewed for that job twice, interviewing a few days before he dropped the lawsuit. Yep. Well, like I said, if he was so high and mighty, he would have exposed Ross 3 years ago. That's where I call Flo's BS on that. I'm not saying that he didn't say it. I'm just saying don't act all high and mighty now. Like, no, he offered me to. Well, dude, you should have done that 3 years ago. Now it looks like sour grapes. Now you've got to fight the narrative because that's what Flo's going to have to fight. A ton of people aren't going to believe Flo. And they shouldn't because he's acted like a horse's ass. People may not. I don't think people were ever going to hire Flo. And I think I've said that several times over the last couple of weeks that I don't think anybody was hiring Flo. I did tell you I hope they do just so I can laugh my ass off. I'm pretty sure I said that. You know what I'm saying? But Leo V, thank you for the love in the super chat. Big O, very difficult to quit first-year coach after only coaching a few games. Ross saw he was not playing ball, so he poisoned the water and let him go. That's what I'm saying. At that moment that he tells you, lose games and I'll give you $100,000 and go take a vacation, that's where I'm parting ways with you. Because you have to know that once you go against the owner's wishes, you're toast. You're not overcoming that. You just told the billionaire, no, dude, you can't play with us. Take your ball and go home. You're not good enough to be with us. That's what you just told the billionaire. What do you think is going to happen from that point on? And that's where I tell Flo, like, yo, dude, I get it, but you should have done this 3 years ago. That's the problem. And he couldn't go along with it because then he would be really guilty. And if he takes the money, oh my God, then he has nothing to stand on. The perfect thing would have been 3 years ago to expose Ross. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, the only good thing out of this is we might have a chance to get rid of Ross. Because if this is true, he needs to go. He needs to go big time. Okay? Tremolio says, Big O, do you remember when Burrow won at LSU? You said that would be his last cigar because in Cincy he would lose. Yeah, that's true. I did say that. Now, we'll see if he wins on 2 Sundays from now. This might be Danny Marino too, Tremolio. This might be his only trip to the Super Bowl. He loses and he never comes back again, and so he got lucky. But we'll see. If he wins, then it goes against what I said. But if he loses, he got a lucky run. Who knows if they'll ever be back again? Because you never know, right? So we shall see how the whole story hasn't played out yet, but it's looking good. Flores was naive, incredibly naive. I mean, the second you turn down Ross, I mean, you got to have common sense has got to tell you, uh-oh, I got a problem here. Big time. Orlando, I apologize, my friend. Flo es Chiva. And if this is true Ross, he needs to get the heck out. Thank you, George. I love you. And we're all human. And he is una Chiva. But the problem is, now it looks bad on him because of all the sour grapes. I just would have respected the crap out of him if he would have done it right away and 3 years ago. That's it. That was the key to everything, is doing it at that moment. And I'm sure he has to look back and go, damn it, I should have done it then. Because he might have saved his coaching career, because he would have been hailed a hero at that moment. Hey, an owner had told him to lose games, and he fought for the integrity of the game. They would have kicked out the owner, and he would have been celebrated. And if he's not at least coaching in pro ball, he would have been a head coach in college. Can I say something, by the way, because I do laugh. I do laugh when Flo says, I'm gifted to coach football. And he repeated that in every interview he did and in the press releases. It's like, wow. He's super confident about that. And by the way, the whole the whole thing about coaching and winning is, he's right about this. And here's where I have to defend Flo. He has to answer to people in the locker room. And veteran players are trying to reach incentives, and they're trying to get a better contract and all those kind of things. And if you're not giving them that environment, it becomes really negative. And I've been around losing teams, and I've gone into losing locker rooms a lot of times. I've covered the Dolphins. It's not pretty, man. And it gets ugly with players at times. So I got to defend Flo in that sense of wanting to coach to win, because that's what you should be doing regardless. If you end up being the worst team in the league, so be it. But giving up and setting your players up for failure, oh my God, that cannot be an option for anybody. Just not acceptable. All right, we got Frankie chiming in again. A little love on the super chat. He says, that sounds arrogant to me when Flo says that. Yeah, it is arrogant. It's super arrogant. He makes it sound like he's the god of coaching. Like, I was born to do this. Like, the players need me. You know, that kind of stuff. Flores was interviewed in 2019 regarding the Finns being accused of tanking, and he strongly dismissed it, calling disrespectful. He had the chance right there to say something, but he didn't. No, but remember, Miami sports fanatic, he wasn't tanking. It's the owner that wanted him to tank, but he never tanked. They never tanked. He was trying to win games. That's it. So that's he had to, the moment he was offered that is when he had to say, oh, well, wait a minute. Mr. Ross, I appreciate this, but I'm sorry, our relationship has got to end right here. And I hate to tell you, but I'm going public with this. I would have told him right there in his face if I'm Flo, because now you've put me in a position where I'm not going to accept this offer from you. So where's our relationship going to lead from here? You will be hearing from my lawyers. And I'm out. That's it. Done. But he didn't do that. And that's the problem. And now when you let it slide, you had to be smart enough to understand what was coming. So I don't know I don't know what evidence he's been able to compile since that meeting. I don't know if they're going to be able to force the people who were in that meeting to, because how about if somebody says, oh, no, I was standing by there, but I wasn't paying attention. I was on my phone. I didn't really listen. Oh, I didn't hear it. Now, he also says there's a part where Chris Grier comes to him and says, hey, you're not going by what the owner wants you to do. He's mad. So, and there's Chris Grier, obviously stuck in the middle, like everybody else with Ross. Everybody's gone here. Everybody. Nobody will survive this. They won't. That's what's going to end up happening. There'll be an absolute house cleaning when it's all said and done. That's what's going to end up happening. Not going to get away with something like this. Luigi says, should have been smart like Irsay and JJ in Dallas to get Troy Aikman. Bottom line, every owner intercedes. Yes, but there's a difference between telling somebody something, play this player, do that, than, hey, I'll pay you to lose. I don't think every owner does that. In fact, I think most owners never, ever do that. So that's where you and I are going to disagree on. I don't think Ross acts like most owners have ever acted. Big O, do you think the players knew about this? I don't know. Don't know. Tony says, house cleaning, that is assuming there is evidence. Right now, Flo has no credibility. This sounds like he said, no, apparently there is evidence. There is evidence because there are people that were there. So if this goes to court, they will now have to lie under oath. And I don't know if anybody wants to do that and perjure themselves. And then if you get busted perjuring yourself, you're now headed to jail for this. These aren't things that you're headed to jail for. until you purge yourself. You get what I'm saying? So there's a fine line to walk here. And if Flo says there are witnesses, this could get really, really ugly, man. Okay? And by the way, for the record, I believe him that Ross did it. Okay? I don't think that's a lie. That's too crazy of an accusation to be a lie. You would literally have to be out of your mind to make an accusation like that. I'm not lying. You have to be crazy in order to make an accusation like that. A sane person cannot make, and Flo's not crazy. Flo might be a jerk. He might be a moody guy. He might be serious. He might be intense. I don't look at that guy as a liar, as a manipulator in that sense. I don't think he's that guy. And I believe, if I didn't see Ross celebrating Tim Tebow and the Gators, if I didn't see him going after Harbaugh with Sperano in place, if I didn't see the orange carpet, if I didn't see some of the stupid things that I've watched him do throughout his short term here with us as a Dolphins owner, then maybe I can say, oh, wow, that sounds weird. But because he has done so many stupid things over time, like sell Gators stuff inside the stadium, these are things that I have to say, yeah, no, this guy his elevator doesn't go all the way to the top when it comes to football. And that's where I have to give Flo some credence to that accusation. I believe it's true. Seriously, I truly believe that Ross is stupid enough to offer him $100K for a loss. Yes. All right, there's nearly 1,000 people on the chat board right now. Right now, answer it. Okay? What's your gut tell you? Did Ross offer Flo $100K per loss? What's your gut tell you? Did it happen? Yes or no? That's all. Yes or no? And don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button, please. Let me see. I want to see how that looks right now on the chat board. Yes or no? Mostly yes. It's coming through. 100%. Should be more. Yeah, there should be more likes, please. Let's get the likes up, man. Come on, let's get it over 1,000. Please, let's go. It gets the algorithms of the show out more. There's a ton of hell yes, yes, yes. Absolutely true. No doubt about it, right? You guys, your gut tells you the same thing tells me. It's too much of a crazy ass accusation to be off. And it's so Stephen Ross. Hunter Butler says, I hope in 5 years we look back at this and laugh. You know, Hunter, and thank you for the super chat. I hope we look back at this and be grateful. I hope that this is the lightning rod that just cleans everything out and we finally have the fresh start and headed in the right direction for this franchise, because we've got so many fans around the world that deserve so much better. Every one of you watching deserves so much better than the garbage we've been given for over 25 years. So that, to me, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that this hell that we've got to go through gets us to heaven. That we finally say, okay, well, you know what? We needed a bottom out. Kind of like what we're waiting with Bitcoin. Is it going to bottom out to finally, make that shot up? We kind of need a bottom out so we can go parabolic. And maybe this is the moment that it just bottoms out. The NFL says, no, we got to do something. We got to clean house. We got to get new ownership in there, responsible ownership, make the fans feel good about it, because from here on out, how can anybody feel good about Stephen Ross ever again? You will never, ever, ever. Most of you didn't even have any confidence in Stephen Ross as it is. Right? I would say 90% of the fan base had no faith in Stephen Ross. I mean, you love that he'll spend the money and he'll buy anything you need. That's good. But faith like he knows football, 90% of you already gave up on that. Whatever was left, it's out the window now. Alan D. Important distinction. Lawsuit does not accuse Ross of paying to fix a loss, but a bonus for the loss. No one has asked whether, but it's implied it before the season. Technically not illegal, though. Icky. No, Alan. If he offered $100K per loss, that's as dirty as it gets. The only thing dirtier is if you would have paid. But the offer itself from an owner to a coach, that's a crime. So I disagree with you. In NFL circles, not a crime like in prison. That's a crime in the NFL. So forget about jail and all that kind of stuff. That's not what we're talking about. Okay? We're not talking about any kind of major crimes here. All right? I'm going to talk about the TV show. We're talking about NFL crimes here. That is one of the ultimate NFL crimes. So you will pay a serious price. Very few no's, by the way. Mostly all yeses. A couple of maybes. How can you people be fence straddlers? Come on. Fourth and goal says again, typical throwing dirt and accusing people of stuff without any evidence, burning people at the stake in the media. This is what Flores is doing. Yeah, that's what you may think. But I think most of us got a good feel for this. There's no way that accusation is off. I believe it happened. You don't make that kind of crazy accusation, dude. Mike Who says, oh, you think Brady's retirement had anything to do with Flo's lawsuit or sheer coincidence because of the Brady-Ross-Flores yacht meeting? First of all, that meeting never happened. Brady was never on the yacht. Flores, Ross told him, hey, I'm glad you're here because Brady's coming. And he left right away. So it never happened. So there's no tampering there. That's a non-story now. Okay? That one is nothing. Unfortunately, nothing. Okay? And I say unfortunately because at least that would have been another way we could have gotten rid of Ross. Okay, so you attempted to pay off your coach to lose, and you forced your coach to meet Brady. You know, it's all Ross. So, no. Volfin, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says Williams' sisters should get a shot at buying the team. I don't know if they have enough money for that. You know how much a team costs, dude? I don't know if I know they got cash, but I don't think they have that kind of cash. You got to have cash. You got to have liquid cash because you sign players to giant contracts and you've got to have 10, 20, 30, 50 million up front to give them. It's not as simple as you make it out to be. The Williams sisters, I don't believe, have the kind of money to buy an NFL team. Okay? Remember, even if they get together and they have $1 billion, that's not enough. They're going to need a couple of billion, and then they're going to need several $100 million on top of that to, run it. Yeah, no, that's not the way it goes, man. No. Would be nice. Would be interesting. Serena, but no. Let's see. What else do we have? Carlos Alberto says, Big O, Flores bashed the Texans in the lawsuit because of how they treated Cully, but he was interviewing for the Texans job while he was preparing the lawsuit. Yep. That's the way of the world, as Earth, Wind, and Fire would say, my man. Dana Buse, thank you for the love on the super chat. I was telling you and everyone else, Ross was the cancer of this team before this happened. I hope when they sell the team, it doesn't go to his buddy. Well, no. That's not the way we got to phrase it. We hope that it doesn't get passed on to his buddy because the money's already set. So that stuff isn't. What we have to hope for is that the NFL pulls Ross and forces them to sell the team openly to an open bid, and that the NFL owners approve the next owner of the Miami Dolphins and not Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross should have zero power on who he sells the team to or passes it on to. Give him the money for the sale, because obviously it's his team. He deserves the money, like they did with the scumbag with the Clippers, that Donald Sterling owned the team, but they wanted him out, so they sold the team for him and they gave him the money. Fine. Do the same thing. Sell the team, give Stephen Ross the money, and get him and his partner out of here. Because I'll do it again. I'll do it again. And I'll do it again. And I'll do it again. We got 900 people watching right now. Okay? Yes or no? Do you want, Stephen Ross's partner to take over the team now? Or would you rather have another owner? No, yes or no. It's Ross partner, other owner. Partner, other owner. Partner, other owner. Those are the answers. Partner, other owner. Let me see what you got for me. Okay? I'll take the no's as other owners. There we go. Partner or another owner. Partner or another owner. There we go. Another or other. I got you. We all feel the same way. We all feel the same way. You can't have the same owner. You can't. This may have been his idea. He may have told Stephen Ross, hey, offer Flo $100,000 per loss. By the way, as you do that too, please smash the like button. Thank you for sending in the responses, but smash the hell out of that like button, man. We need it. See, there you go. Dar says, I want a black owner, honestly, or multiple. I don't want multiple. I don't like, 4, 5, 7, 10 owners. I don't like that. I like one, maybe two, or a family. That's it. That's the way I like it. I like that when they have to make a call for money, it's just one guy, maybe two, whatever. That's it. No more. And they're filthy rich and they can just cut whatever checks they need. And it's just, normal business for them. But when you've got 5, 10, 15, 20 owners, that tells me you don't have people that are deep enough pockets. And that's what happened with the Panthers. And when there's a money call, it just becomes not what you want to see. Donald Delancey says, I knew it was Ross all along, yet people thought I was crazy. Big O, why do you think Greer still has his job? Also, always a pleasure listening to your show. Well, Greer has his job because he follows the rules of the owner. And that's it. So he's there. I mean, I personally think I like him personnel-wise. I think he can do a good job. He's toast now. Okay? He, Reggie, and Marvin are now toast. This is going to clean everything out, unfortunately. And I feel bad because I believe Chris Greer can do the job, but it's hard to do all this kind of stuff when you've got, Ross with crazy ideas and the Tannenbaums and then the Gases, and then he hires Flo and gave him power. That's where Chris Greer screwed up. I will say that. But it's just too much crap out there. And people aren't able to. The owner just isn't an owner. The general manager isn't just the general manager, and the coach isn't just a coach. There always seems to be many more layers to all of this, and that's because of the owner. So in the end, Donald, it's all on Stephen Ross. And Stephen Ross is the main problem on this franchise. And they will never get ahead with this guy constantly setting them back for one reason or another. my Lord, the crap that we've had to deal with the Bullygate stuff and everything else that's gone on. I mean, I'm tired of being embarrassed, man. It's no fun being a Dolphins fan. Really, there's no fun in being a Dolphins fan. It's always drama-filled. It's always tension. It's always screw-ups. It's a ton of losing. There's no playoffs involved. There's no success. There's nothing, dude. For 25 years, it's been an absolute train wreck. I don't know how much more you can mistreat your fans than the Dolphins have. You know, the Detroit Lions lose and the Bengals lose too. I mean, the Bengals did go through a time where, you know, half their players were getting arrested. But, man, we got to go through all kinds of embarrassment besides losing. It's truly painful to be a Dolphins fan. And I'll never quit. I'll always root for the team. I'll always watch them. I always want them to do well. But my Lord, man, do something for yourself. How about handling your franchise the right way? How about finding the right people to run your franchise? How about the owner just doing his job and not trying to be a football person? It's painful, man. It's what it is. Did I break for the next hour? No? All right, let's break for the final hour of the program right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-NATE.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer. The views and statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to PerdermoCigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Thank you for joining us down the home stretch here. It's actually gone by really, really quickly. And by the way, thanks to Sloman's, a great sponsor of our program. We'll be up at Sloman's from the 16th through the 20th. On the 17th and the 18th, which is Thursday and Friday, we are going to be out at Sloman's doing our show at their home base there in Long Island. And folks, right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME, the first 40 Big O listeners, you're going to get a free doorbell camera. You're going to love the doorbell camera. I use it all the time. Use it every single day. And right now, the first 40 Big O listeners, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that Big O sent you. We've got a link right below so you can hook up with Sloman's there also. And folks, listen, this doorbell camera connects directly with your smartphone. Plus, we're going to give you a free customized home security system, professional installation when you use our low-cost central station monitoring. Plus, you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. And all you got to do right now, folks, is call 1-800-ALARM-ME and tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. You get that free doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And if you want, the link is below here on our YouTube page. You can check it out. Thomas Burt says, and thank you for the love on the super chat, Flo wins his lawsuit against the NFL, buys the Fins, and makes himself the head coach because he's the greatest coach around in his own mind. I love that, Thomas. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Gilbert Martinez, thank you for the love on the super chat. Appreciate you. So we'll see what happens with all of this. I just want to know if there's proof. If there's proof, then that's going to set something up really, really ugly overall. Now, the funniest thing out of all of this is Bill Belichick. I mean, you have to admit, all of us have sent a text to somebody else by accident, right? Oh, hey, my bad. I'm sorry. But the old man congratulating Brian Flores on getting the Giants job, and he thinks he's reaching out to Dable. Dude, that's funny. I mean, that's really funny. That's incredibly funny. And then Flores like, you know something I don't know, coach? Giants, right? Are you talking to Brian Dable or Brian Flores? And can you imagine the old man's look there like, and he's just like, he's speechless at that moment. He knows he effed up. He effed it all up. He tells, oh no, I think they're hiring Dable and everything. And oh my God. And listen, again, I don't think it was a race thing there either. I think they found their guy. And so they had to go through the second interview. You could be white, could be Asian, could be Hispanic, could be black. It didn't matter. Those interviews were already set. So they got the guy they feel like. But it's got to be hilarious. I mean, I'd give anything. You know that's going to be an SNL skit, right? I mean, it's coming, right? This Saturday, you can bet your ass that there's going to be some kind of a skit between Belichick and Flores and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's going to be funny. And it's got to be our guy he's so funny, man. He has the faces he was in that burger show for kids. What's his name from Saturday Night Live, man? With his face, he's got to play the Brian Flores role. Damn, what's his name that I'm thinking of now? And I'm forgetting it. He's so good. I laugh just by watching his face, his features of his face. He just makes me laugh. Oh, damn it. What's his name? He was in that burger show for kids because my daughter used to. Keenan Thompson. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot what was the name of that burger show for kids because my daughter used to. That's how I found out about Keenan Thompson was on Nickelodeon, dude. Right? It's Nickelodeon, right? Is where they had that show. What was the name of that show with burgers or hot dogs or something? Well, whatever it was. Somebody good. It's called Good Burger. Is that it? There you go. Good Burger. So he's got to play the Brian Flores role. That's going to happen. But you got to admit, that's hilarious, man. Old man using technology. And, come on. Yeah, we all have parents and grandparents, and we're trying to teach them how to use phones nowadays and all that. And it's like, oh, my God, it's the hardest thing for them to solve. Right? Your grandmother can sit there and put together an 800-piece puzzle, hand her a phone, and that woman's lost. She's done. Very few older people are kind of hip enough using stuff, And so you could, I mean, Bill Belichick, give me a break. He must have felt like crap. And then whoever in the Giants told Belichick, it's like, there's a meeting going on and saying, all right, who told Bill? All right, from now on, Bill knows nothing. We don't tell him anything because he can't text and he'll ruin shit. Okay, so let's just stay away from Bill Belichick. And then Brian Flores throws Belichick under the bus with his tweets, with his texts. That's just, all right, this whole story is so effed up in every way possible. All right, Sean, what more? How much more effed up are you going to make it? What's going on?
No, I'm not going to make it any more effed up. When I looked at the text, did you see how he was like, okay, coach at the beginning? And then when he found out it was the wrong Brian, he's like, okay, thanks, Bill.
Right.
Like, no more coach.
No more coach. So you knew it, huh, you son of a bitch? You weren't going to tell me that I didn't have the job. You did it by accident. Daryl. Yeah. I mean, Ed Marti, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, if Ross is forced to sell the team, can he decide not to sell stadium, increase rent to new Dolphins owner, kick new Dolphins owner out as tenants? No, I don't think so. I think they'll force him to sell the whole kit and caboodle. Okay? The entire property, the stadium, the team, the practice facility, the tennis, everything, dude. Everything. He will not be associated. He should not be associated with anything Miami Dolphins ever again. In fact, if Stephen Ross is smart, he will stay in New York for the rest of his life and never come back here again. Okay? It's funny because he saved the tennis tournament, which was an amazing thing by him. He has improved the stadium and done some great work there with that. He spends money, anything that you need. He's really a good owner in that sense. He built a brand new practice facility, right? He's bringing an F1 race. Some of you don't care about F1. I'm not the biggest fan, but that's something I don't mind having another great event in South Florida. And I would like to go. I've done the Indy, I've done kart, I've done NASCAR. I've never been to an F1. So you know what? I'm actually looking forward to it. So I'm grateful in that sense that he is willing to spend. But there's more to being a great owner than just spending. It's also acting like a great owner, and he's not. Mickey Harrison, Doug Sifu, Vinny Viola, those are great owners. Proven. Okay? They want to win, and they do anything it takes to win, just like Stephen Ross, except they go about it the right way. And that's the difference. So Stephen Ross, if this is true, which I think it's true. I think it's 100% true that he offered Flo the money. It's too crazy of a story, and it's so Stephen Ross. If it's able to be proven, then we will get the organizational enema we need, and you will get rid of Stephen Ross and hopefully his partner that is set to take over. And I don't know, maybe there's legal issues to that too. I don't know if the NFL has control over that. I don't know if they can overcome it or not. I'm not exactly sure. But I'll tell you this, and let me warn Stephen Ross's partner who wants to take over. Sir, you're not going to be accepted. I just want you to know that. You will be Stephen Ross B, and people will boo the hell out of you because they think you are Stephen Ross. And we don't know if you, sir, are part of the problem also, because maybe you've given your partner some of these stupid ideas that he's implemented over the years. So I believe his name is Bruce Beal, right? That guy needs to really understand what he's may take over, and he may not want to take it over because he's not going to be wanted. Stephen Ross, you're no longer wanted in South Florida. So if you cannot clear your name here, don't ever show up anymore. Okay? The second they show you, people are going to boo the hell out of you. You are now persona non grata. Okay? Treat the stadium like the Continental. Okay? You're done. Don't ever come back to the Continental. You're excommunicado. I'm just warning you, and I'm telling you ahead of time. South Florida is no longer the place that welcomes Stephen Ross. So I don't know what you're going to do, Stephen Ross, but if you can't clear your name, keep your ass in New York. Go to the NFL offices in New York. Do your mea culpa and say, what do we do with the team? And move on. You have absolutely ended your tenure as Miami Dolphins owner. And you're going to have people that are not going to renew their tickets because of you now. That's never happened. As pissed as people were with Huizinga's constant failures. Rest in peace. I know Wayne tried, but he did fail miserably a whole bunch of times in football. And now with this one, we've never had people act against the Dolphins like they did with the Marlins and Loria, because Loria was the reason why the Marlins have no love in this town. And the job that Jeter and Sherman have is enormous in order to win back that trust. But they've got to do a lot of winning in order to do that. And they're not even close to it right now. Stephen Ross. Well, sir, unfortunately, you don't have a Super Bowl caliber team year in and year out where people might look away that you're an idiot. But the fact that your team has been one of the worst teams in the NFL since you took over, people are not going to want you around anymore. So it's a friendly warning. I'm telling you, as a friend of South Florida, a guy that knows South Florida pretty well, they're not going to accept you anymore. And I don't know if you've realized that, but you may not want to show your face anymore in South Florida. It will not be pleasant. The guy that sees you driving by and you're somewhere, he's going to scream something. And if they show your face in that stadium or anybody knows that you're in that stadium, they're going to boo the crap out of you. And your season ticket sales are about to take a major dump because of you. And that's the only way you probably get rid of them is if thousands of people say, yeah, I'm not renewing my tickets anymore if Stephen Ross is the owner. That would, Now, I always said you wanted to get rid of Loria, don't even show up to baseball, and people still showed up, and that's why you kept him around. But you need to send a message. If you're the Dolphin Nation, messages need to be sent to Stephen Ross that he's not wanted anymore. Mike Who, thank you, sir, for the love in the super chat. Sir, you'll be booed harder than Roger on draft day. And he's right about that. And we'll be in Vegas, by the way, on draft day. Draft week, we'll be in Vegas. Okay. Big O, a Hispanic owner should buy this team for obvious reasons. Rich V, dude, I don't care if he's Italian, Hispanic, Asian, Jamaican, Nicaraguan, he's from Mongolia, from Singapore. I don't care where he or she comes from. Don't care. That doesn't matter to me, man. It's not a necessity for me. Okay? What's a necessity for me is get me a great owner. I don't care how he or she looks like. The nationality doesn't matter. Okay? Either way, whoever takes over probably has never owned a football team. So this is going to be something new for them, Hispanic or not. All right? Look at Jorge Mas. I know he'll eventually figure it out with Inter Miami, but so far in his first 2 years, you know what I mean? Hispanic ain't going to make you any better of an owner. All right? No nationality or color or sex or religion or anything like that is going to make you a better owner. You're either a good owner or you're not. Viola Sifu, awesome. Mickey Harrison, the best. So I don't care where that person comes from. I just want a great owner, and it can't be Stephen Ross anymore. That's all. Yes, Sean. What do we have going on?
I know we're Dolphin heavy here today, but it is National Signing Day.
And
it looks like the Hurricanes may have snagged their first surprise. May Navarro just retweeted Bruce Feldman, who said, big snag for Mario Cristobal and UM, getting 4-star running back Trevante Citizen out of Louisiana. He picked the Canes over Florida, LSU, and Auburn.
All right. There you go. Another running back, but we're loaded at running back. Okay. All right. What the hell? There you go. Go to Caneswear, baby. Get that Canes gear. We'll be at Caneswear, by the way, on Friday. Tomorrow we'll be at Hialeah Park, like we normally are, second floor poker room, 10 to 1. And then on Friday, 10 to 1, we'll be over at Caneswear, 2221 South University Drive in Davie. So come on out and join us, man. Appreciate you all out there. Dolphin Don says, I'll say it again. I don't think it matters if Flo has proof or not. The specter is there, and that will be enough to sink Ross. Dolphin Don, I want to say you're right, but then there's a part of me that says, what if there is no proof whatsoever, and it's he said, the whole 100,000 thing? I think he survives, bro. God. I hate to say it because there's no proof. You know what I mean? I would, in a perfect world, I hope you're right, man. But you know what? Maybe because the specter is there, you might be onto something. Because the specter is there and enough of us believe that it probably did happen, Ross may not be able to overcome that either. You might be right. I hope you are, man. I hope you are. It's just there's a part of me that it's it's like it's Ben Roethlisberger. You couldn't prove it, so you got away with it. It's OJ Simpson. You couldn't prove it, but you got away with it. And it's there are certain things that have happened in life that you kind of feel like they got away with it. You know what I'm saying? And they just got off on Bill Cosby got off on a technicality. Pure technicality he got off on. Supposed to be in jail still. And so these things happen sometimes, and that's the only thing that I fear. Dolphin Don. That's the only thing I fear. That if you don't have that physical proof of it, because the race one for the Giants and all, he's not going to be able to prove anything there. That's he said, and all that. And well, you were disheveled. Well, how do you know I was disheveled? I wasn't drinking. Do you have any proof I was drinking? No. Okay, so what? I'm just John Elway. I have an ugly face. My face looks like a Shar-Pei normally. What do you want me to do? I mean, seriously, have you ever been up close to John Elway? That face is disheveled. He's a human Shar-Pei. Just like I am the human Chia Pet. Sean, I am the human Chia Pet. Sean, I am the human Chia Pet.
Chia.
Oh, I love it.
You got me on another mission here, and I now you start calling for stuff.
You're the best. Angie St. Pierre, thank you for the love on the super chat. I appreciate you, Angie. It's very kind of you. Folks, don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. Very, very important that you smash that like button. Also, Hunter Butler, thank you again. You've been very active on the super chat. Thank you, sir. If Ross wins, I really don't think he survives this. I hope not, man. We all have to band together now. That's what we have to do. We got to defend our team, man. Yes, sir. What do we got now? Signing day news?
No, NFL news, but nothing Dolphin related. But I thought this was interesting.
Okay.
The Bills are expected to hire former Panthers offensive coordinator Joe Brady as their new QB's coach.
Oh, because
he'll take the place of Ken Dorsey, who was recently promoted.
Right. And by the way, let's go off a little bit on this. Did I not tell you that Ken Dorsey would be a moron to come with Brian Daboll to Miami? Did I not tell you that Ken Dorsey would be a moron and a coward if he took a job with Miami or the Giants under Brian Daboll? It would look like he feels like he can't stand on his own. It would look like he needs daddy's hand to cross the street. It would look like he didn't have confidence in his own abilities. Did I not say all of those things? Did I not tell you that a man or a woman takes on a challenge? They don't cower and go into a corner. And this is a beautiful challenge for Ken Dorsey. He gets to take over a really good offense right now with a quarterback that's playing at a high level and a team that has an opportunity to win a Super Bowl championship in the next couple of years with the talent they have. You don't go to rebuild with the Giants. You don't go to rebuild with the Dolphins. And you don't go work for Mario Cristobal and go at a level down in college. You stay there like a big boy in Buffalo with a great opportunity to make a name for yourself and say, Brian Daboll's good, but I'm better. I got him to a Super Bowl and won it. And I got Josh Allen to play at his highest level. That's what a real person that is confident in their abilities does. And I commend the hell out of Ken Dorsey that he stayed there and he did what a real challenge, what a real person does with cojones does. A coward leaves with Brian Daboll. Okay? A man stands up and takes that challenge like he did right now. So proud of Ken Dorsey. He did the right thing. Okay? As selfishly as I would want him to run the offense for Mario Cristobal or even for the Miami Dolphins. But I want what's best for Ken Dorsey because he's a good dude. And what's best for Ken Dorsey is to stay in Buffalo. That's the right thing to do. So kudos to his ass. Scotty says Elway always looks drunk. LOL. He does. He always looks drunk. He looks, if you changed his clothes and put some bum ass clothes on his ass, he would look like a peddler, bro. Please. I mean, come on. He's just because it's John Elway. It's John Elway. But if you look at that face, he's a human Shar-Pei. That's the best way to describe it. Barney says, did you see that suit that Flo wore today? Could it not be more Fred Sanford? This dude is seriously going after everything. Well, he's pissed, bro. So he's going to go after everything. Mr. Majestic says Tim Robbie should have kept the team. He lost the money selling in 90. Well, it's just when the old man passed and then it got ugly between the family members and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a shame. If the Robbie family would have kept it, and Tim's such a great dude. Tim was working with me over at Inter Miami. When Tim left, I knew things were getting ugly, bro. Because I've known Tim Robbie for a long time. We worked together at the Strikers and everything. I remember when they brought him over from when we were turning Inter Miami to this. It was his idea to rebrand to the Strikers. And because of Tim Robbie, we immediately went from like 200 to 300 fans to like 4,000 right away. Tim Robbie's an ass kicker, bro. Tim Robbie has just, when you talk about people not getting the breaks that they deserve, that's Tim Robbie. Tim Robbie's a hell of a man, bro. Great dude. And I knew things were getting ugly at Inter. When I started seeing some good people walk out the door, I was like, oh, man, this house of cards is crumbling. And I knew it was going to get ugly. Greater Good says, Big O, you want to be rid of Ross. Don't let that bias trap you into trusting Flo. It's not a matter. Do you really need Flo, my man, to measure Ross? Really? Do we? We love that he spends money and he saves the tennis tournament. He's been fantastic in that sense. He's made incredible improvements to the stadium. Tom Garfinkel's an ass kicker. We all know that. But on the football side, did we really need Flo with the accusation? And Barney. Okay, I'm sorry. Greater Good. Are you naive to think that it really didn't happen? Do you think Flo is lying about the 100K offer? Come on. That you gotta take a step back and say, yeah, this probably happened. I don't know if he can prove it or not, but it's so crazy. You can tell that that's something that probably happened. I'm going to be interested to see if the witnesses that are called for all of this, how they respond to all of this. Like I said earlier, will they go Greg Anderson? Or will they actually start talking? And for those of you that don't know, Greg Anderson stood by Barry Bonds like no one has ever stood by anybody else. The guy went to jail, served, I believe he was in jail for over a year. And it was all because he wouldn't talk. And I would imagine Barry paid him somewhere behind the scenes. And Greg, got paid to go to jail for a year. It's a hell of a friend. Speaking of guys that got away with something, and they got away with something. Barry Bonds, the cream or the clear. So you can say whatever you want about Flo, and he's pissed and whatever, and you can say it was race or not, and we can argue about that one and all that. But that 100K offer, oh, I'm sorry, man. That one rubs me like it happened. George says, I got your point on Ross, Orlando. I'm just saying, wait for the proof to come up, and then we can judge the man for 100K allegations. No, I got you. No, you're right. You're right. But my gut, the way I'm going at it now, I think it really happened. I believe it, man. I believe if Ross would go in the middle of the night to go get Harbaugh behind Sperano's back, he would do this. And you have a coach in place. How dirty is that, dude? That doesn't make any sense. So, and you got busted. That's the other thing about Ross. Like I'm glad Ross is a successful real estate mogul because he wouldn't have lasted very long as a criminal because he's a stupid criminal. He's a terrible criminal. Nano-traveling filmmaker. You guys have some interesting names. Big O, in 2019 Dolphins versus Steelers with 26 seconds left in the first half, there was talk of the Dolphins play calling was suspect. That 100K offer feels true. Nano, he did not take the offer. So he was trying to win. So if he lost the game, he lost because he lost. And when he loses challenges, it's because he's terrible in challenges. Flo was trying to win the entire time. He never folded. That was obvious, by the way. Okay. While I'm believing Flo that the owner did offer him 100K, on the flip side, I also believe that Flo never tanked at any point. He was trying to win every single game. That I truly believe because I watched it. They may have sucked in games early on. They lost when they were supposed to lose, yeah. But as they got better, that first year, there was improvement as the season went on. Even in the losses, they were getting better. And it was clear. It was obvious. And as they got better, then they started winning. So I disagree with you. Flo never, ever was folding the tent and losing games on purpose. I watched it. The man coached to win. Okay? I may not agree with things that Flo does all the time. A lot of his challenges I don't agree with, but he was trying to win. I'm not going to do that to him. Okay? I may not be a fan of Flo for some things, but I can compartmentalize and give him his due when I think he deserves it. There was no tanking in Flo. Zero. Everyone can be bought. That is true, Susie. That's right. Some of you want to know what Flo wanted in the draft, and I don't tell you. But if you put 1,000, if you put $1 million in Bitcoin in my Cash App, okay, Cash Big O Show, by the way, $1 million in Bitcoin, I'll tell you right away. What do you think? Right, Sean? $1 million's good enough, right? There you go. I got a thumbs up from Sean. All right, $1 million in Bitcoin, and I'll tell you what Flo wanted in the draft. So everybody, you're right, Susie. Everybody has a price. You are correct. Susie Q. Baby, I love you. Susie Q. Let's see. Big O, you funny. I don't know about that. But we try to entertain, my man. David Triana says, laughing my ass out loud. Oh, if you said 1,000, somebody would have sent you a super. Yeah, they probably would have sent me a super chat. Yeah, that's why I stopped myself because I don't want to make that claim because, it's those donations have been made that big. So yes, yeah, I could see 1,000 in Bitcoin. I'm like, oh my God, what do I do now? I have to send it right back. No. No. Million. It's got to be $1 million in Bitcoin. Okay. I need something to retire. If I'm gonna go out in a blaze of glory, I got to go out with a blaze of glory. Okay. Flo wanted a kicker. Ron G says that information is not worth $1 million, but I like your approach. Oh, I know it's not worth $1 million, but it is to me, right? Because that way I can turn to the person, that kind of gave me the influence. Hey, I'm sorry, but see this bank account. I'll treat you to some really nice lunch. Come on, let's go. I'll treat you. Let's go out for. I'll treat you and the family to an outing in Hawaii or something. Try to smoothen the situation out. So I know the information isn't worth $1 million, but if I'm going to kind of really screw things up, I got to screw it up for a lot of money. And Susie says she loves us too. We love you, Susie. Thank you. Hawaiian Punch says, we share the sense of humor, Pat in Asheville. Dougie Fresh says, has anyone come into the league with more challenges than Tua? Flo, Ross, rotating coaches, injuries, Watson. I mean, Dougie Fresh, we could say that happened to not all the same things, but, like if you ever had to be a coach with a player with the Bengals, it's been hell forever, right? It's been hell forever for Detroit. Like you never win in Detroit either, So there's a couple of other places that are really bad. Walter says, video, is there any footage showing Ross after a win during the supposed tank year? What's his demeanor? Did he look pissed after a win? I don't know, my brother. You're going to have to go back and look at it. And, we're going to have all the social media investigators looking into it. Carla says, I would not hire a coach with pending lawsuits because it would take away from the coach's decision-making. Definitely. $1.7 million to lose all your games. Well, now, remember, 3 years ago. Okay? So, let's have a little fun, right? I'm gonna have a little fun with you all. Okay? So 3 years ago. All right. This is what you had to do 3 years ago if you were if you were Flo. Okay. So 3 years ago, they offer you this, and you say, well, I can't take that money. I gotta play the game to win, right? But 3 years ago, you say to them, well, wait a minute. Okay, you're gonna pay me $100,000. Pay it to me in Bitcoin. Okay. So 3 years ago, let's see, it is 2019, correct? So 3 years ago, let's go with August. August of 2019. Okay. Bitcoin is at $10,000 in August. $11,000. I'm sorry. No, 10,000. August 16, it's at 10,352. August 16. So halfway through the preseason schedule, you meet with the owner, and he says, hey, I'll give you $100,000 per loss. So you lose 17 times, right? And think about it. At $10,000, right now it's at $37,000. So your $1.7 million would be nearly $6 million. That's pretty awesome. I'm just saying. That's what responsible people do. You take your payment in Bitcoin because years later, that Bitcoin's going to soar. You take it now at 30-something, it'll be at 100 and something down the line in a couple years. And you're going to go, wow, there you go. So that would have been the smart thing. So the question is, do you then rat them out after you've tripled up your money? You had to take Bitcoin, bro. Take your payments in Bitcoin. That's your OK Coin crypto moment right there. And by the way, we have a link right below. if you want to share $20 in Bitcoin. Okay. By the way, I did not send my link to Jordan. Let me send Jordan the link so he can get a little free Bitcoin there. And you guys, I had people on social media yesterday. Oh, he won't. He's not going to show up tomorrow, and this that. Bro, Jordan will show up. Relax. He's good, bro. He knows his stuff. He's given insight on a whole bunch of other things, and nothing's being challenged. And this isn't being challenged either because we screwed up. I screwed up too, assuming that it was a new meeting and it wasn't. It was info on the first meeting. And he's right. He probably should have put it, What about Dogecoin, bro? I'm not a Dogecoin guy. There is no technology behind Dogecoin. None. Okay? SHIB has some technology. I would trust SHIB a lot more. Listen, my brother, if you're going to invest in crypto, invest in Ethereum, invest in Bitcoin, invest in Polygon, invest in Avalanche, invest in Solana, invest in VeChain, Engine Coin. Do something responsible with the money. Gala, Star Atlas. Dogecoin is garbage. It's a big hot air balloon, and there isn't really the substance behind it. It's a meme coin, and there's nothing behind it that people are actually going to use. Invest in companies that solve real life issues. Okay, that's my suggestion. Do your homework and understand what company you're investing in when you invest in crypto. And Dogecoin is nothing, man. It's nothing. Look, Litecoin now is adding that layer where it's going to be able to be secretive like Monero to send your money. Litecoin is going to be a much better usage than Dogecoin as money. And Dogecoin has old technology that people don't realize. It has old technology that cannot be improved. Elon Musk has tried over and over again, and he can't get anything done. Others have tried too, working with Doge, and they cannot add anything to it. But I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves crypto. So, do as you please and do your own homework. Livardo says, if the claims are true, then Greer is the biggest do boy of all time. He's what most of us would do. We're going to take orders. And he's screwed. He's screwed. Greer and everybody is gone. They're going to blow this entire thing up. There's no way anybody survives any of this. And I like Chris Greer, man. And I think he could do the job, but what are you going to do, man? You either take your orders from your boss or you give up the job. And who's going to give up a job that's 7 figures, man? That's why the whole flow thing, I wish you would have done it right when it happened. That would have been the best thing for everybody. Either way, I think we might get what we want, which is a new owner. Okay? Google is spitting 20-1. I don't know what that means. Oh, it's splitting 20-1. Big old disclaimer. Yeah, you got to throw it in there because obviously I can tell you what I'm going to do. You got to do what you want to do. And I'm not an expert. So just got to make sure you know that I'm not an expert. I just love my crypto. Typing my buy list. Thanks, Big O. There you go. Add Crow to that buy list. Crow is one I would invest in big time, especially with the dip that's going on now. Mo from Scranton says back-to-back years in the same division as the Pats and Josh Allen. They had a winning record. That's all you got to know about how good a coach Flores is. That's if you take it as that. All depends. Barney O says, please watch The Line Goes Up. Best video on crypto NFTs out there in the game. You are either rich enough to pump and dump, or you're poor as hell and once in a while cash out small. Okay. We'll check it out. Call me crazy, but maybe the Belichick text was intentional to stir up the pot in another organization in the AFC East. Just a thought. Nah, I don't think so. I know people are thinking that, but it's just an old fart making a mistake in technology, like a lot of us do. Even if we're younger, we send the wrong text to the wrong person, thinking that it's the right person, and then we have to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, I forgot." That's all. That what happened to Belichick there has happened to all of us at one point or another. If you text enough, you have sent a text to the wrong person. If you text enough, guaranteed. There's no other way of looking at it. The guy is clearly wrong. Big O, Flores' team overachieved and mostly beat cupcakes, cured poor teams. He didn't even talk to his staff that much in the second half of the season. His staff was kind of working on their own, dude. So that's why when people, oh, he's a great coach, he wasn't really even in contact with his team like he should be. So, it's not what you think it is. So we are being sued for an old fart that yeah, basically. That's part of it. Zuckerberg owned Facebook Stadium. It's Meta, sir. Okay? Meta, not Facebook. And God, Zuckerberg as our owner, ugh. That's terrible. Oh, did you know 40% of the people invested? I don't know. What do you mean 40%? Do I know 40% of the people invested in what? I don't know what you're talking about. Talking about crypto? AH360 says, oh, fun fact. Did you know that 40% of the people invested in crypto are minorities? Oh, okay. Now you're okay. Well, what have we talked about here? It's what I'm trying to explain to people. Crypto and decentralized financing is what's going to free us from the big banks. It's what's going to open up opportunities for all kinds of minorities, males, females, you name it. They're going to be able to get loans they were never able to get before. So decentralized financing is the freedom that we all are looking for. And they will not be able to, like the big banks. That's why they're spreading so much FUD, because they know their days are numbered. And all those service charges and everything that we have to pay for, and it's just money that we're flushing down the toilet, is gone. You will no longer in the future have to wire something from your bank that goes to a centralized bank that then goes to an international bank that then goes to the person that you're sending it to on the international side. No, you will pick up an app and you will just press one button and your friend on the other side of the world will get the money right away. And it'll be converted in whatever money they're in. So you're going to send dollar and it's going to turn it into franc. You're going to send dollar and it'll turn it into whatever currency, the lira, ruble, or pound, whatever the hell wherever the hell that person is, that program changes it right away. And guess what? Instead of paying the transfer fees for the three banks, which ends up becoming a fat ass fee, you will pay pennies. But these are the things that, Western Union's a ripoff. Western Union has got its days numbered because people will be cash apping each other. Okay? They're going to grab their Stellar app. They're going to grab their RSR app. They're going to send Litecoin. They're going to, any of us that follow this and know there's all kinds of currencies that you can send. You can send USDC coin. You can send Tether. Doesn't matter. And the person's going to get it on the other side within seconds. Not going to take days anymore. Not going to take a whole bunch of dollars anymore. It'll take seconds and it'll take pennies. Okay? So it's just a matter of the world catching up and taking the time to understand. But because people don't have time, they don't read into things, they will have to kind of crash into it and then learn piecemeal, but a little here, a little there, and then get kind of comfortable with it. But for now, most of the world is uncomfortable with crypto. Most of the world is ignorant about crypto, and they don't really know how to use it to their advantage. So that's why they're kind of like, oh, but eventually, once they get the experience and they understand that it's the same thing they do every day with their credit cards, their money, and all that, but they get to do it at a much cheaper rate and a much faster pace, they will then learn. But it's just a process. That's all. And it's going to take a couple of years for the world to start to really catch up. Those of us that are getting in the game early, we are going to benefit from it, obviously, way more than the person that is going to learn about crypto 3, 4, 5, and 10 years from now. Those people will be, part of the train. We are going to be the caboose. That's the difference. So it's all good, but we'll figure it out. Big O, you're talking a lot about Ross and Brian. What do you think? Which do you think isn't lying about this, but not so much about Greer siding with the owner on the tank that you despise? Why not? Look, this is all I know right now. This is what I think, Thomas. I think Flo is telling the truth about the 100K. I think Ross did do this. I think Greer is screwed because he has to side with Ross, right? But if he has to go under oath, he's going to be screwed anyways. He needs to tell the truth because perjuring yourself for Ross is not worth it because that's jail time. So you need to move on. So Marvin Allen, Greer, and McKenzie are toast. They're toast. They're tied up with all of this. There's no way anybody survives any of this because you're associated with it one way or another. And it's not that Greer, McKenzie, or Allen wanted to flop or what's it called? Tank. But what are you going to do when the billionaire owner wants to do it? That's your owner. That's your boss. How many of you work somewhere where your boss comes up with a stupid idea? You know it's a stupid idea, but you still have to do it, and it's a stupid idea, but it's your boss. The hell are you going to do at that point? You can't do anything. So what Greer is doing is nothing more than what other employees did. Hey, look at Flo. Instead of doing the right thing at that moment, when you get that offer, you tell the owner, hey, no. And in fact, this is over right here. No, I'm exposing this. We're done. He chose to continue because he needed the money. He wanted the opportunity. Figured he could prove himself as a coach, and then the owner would forget about the silliness and he'd move on. But so now you got in bed with the owner. That's why it's a bad look for Flo in this sense. While I believe the owner made the offer, the fact that you kept it under wraps for 3 years and now that things didn't go your way, now you're using it, it looks sour grapes. And it's a bad look. That's why you should have done it right when it happened. That's what would have been the good look by him. But Greer's doing what most of us would do. Follow the orders of your boss or you get fired. Oh, I'm tired of people talking about Flores' integrity. He spent 15 years in New England where integrity is non-existent. It's a great point. It's a great point. Dougie Fresh says, I just finished reading the entire complaint. It's actually less about Flores and more about the macro black NFL employees suing for protracted wrongs. Flores is a person, but it's for many. Yes. The problem is who's going to join him. And it's probably going to be coaches that are already done or guys that have no shot. It won't be anybody current because they can't go. You can't sue your employer. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to go work for IBM, and then a week later I'm going to sue IBM. No, that doesn't go like that. To extreme with all of this going on and being said, what happens with the new coach in Greer? Who would the new coach now consider even taking the job now? To extreme right now, none of us know what the hell is going on or what, dude. None of us. Ray Grullon, by the way, thank you. He says, for the Shanahan coaching tree, much better than Belichick's. So he wants a Mike McDaniel, and thank you for a little love on the Cash App there. I appreciate you, sir. As always. Do you see any of them stepping down and getting the hell out of Dodge, or is that an immediate admission of guilt? Yeah, it would be. You got to wait for this whole process to play out and see if they settle, because if they settle, then they keep everything under wraps. But if Flores is really a man of conviction, he will not settle. He will want it in court. He will want to put them under oath, and he wants to make sure that nobody is lying, and that way they end up perjuring themselves if they are lying. I mean, that's just me. So, and Dougie Fresh says, this is a class action suit, means not exclusive to Flo, but he is presenting his experience to represent the macro. So it's not just Flo versus the NFL, but more about treatment of black coaches. Yes. But will other black coaches join? I heard the lawyers say, well, we've had calls and this and that. None of that means anything. I need to see somebody step up and put their name on it. Put your name on it. Nikolai Roll says, Big O, great show like always. I'm going to try to remain calm during all of this and hope we get the right guy. It's hard to stay calm as a Dolphins fan. It's almost near impossible. And Hunter Butler, once again, thank you, sir. He says, Flo is literally the boy who cried the wolf. Well, I mean, listen, those of you, this is what Flo has to deal with now, because he did it after the fact, and he should have done it in that first year. He should have exposed him. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferrara, of course, with our Slomans Inside the Paint Show. We thank Cameron Wolf, as always, for his weekly segment. Also, Jordan Schultz with the Schultz Report. Always appreciate Jordan joining us on the program. Friend of the show for many years. Tomorrow, we're going to have Joe Shad on the show. Alan Poupart also will be on the show. And Marcel Jacques-Louis will also be on the show. So we're going to have 3 Dolphin insiders tomorrow. So they're going to have more time to gather as much information, formulate as many opinions as possible. So we will ask all 3 of them all kinds of questions about this mess and their thoughts on it. So this is going to get a lot more interesting. And tomorrow, by the way, Mike McDaniel will also interview, we think, if he doesn't cancel it. And we'll see how that interview goes with Mike McDaniel. So a lot of things to cover here on the program. We thank all of you out there, as always, for locking it in. Appreciate you. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel from Hialeah Park. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O